Hello, welcome to the April 5th, 2024 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Unda and I'm host of the livestream. And if you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you can ask questions in the live chat field or simply send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, realize my ability to answer questions in a real-time manner may soon be eclipsed with the number of questions. We will go through each of the questions chronologically as they're asked. So if you don't see an immediate response to your question, we will go through them chronologically. So if we could avoid asking the same question over and over again, that would speed up the whole process. We should have an index of all the questions that are asked in today's live stream pinned to the top with timestamps, so you could quickly navigate to particular questions afterwards. And we've covered over 32,000 topics since we started a little over 4 years ago, since we ramped it up during COVID. And if you wanted to search for topics, you could go to cubaseindex.com. And we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that wonderful site. So you could just search for particular topics and it'll take you right to the particular live stream part where it answers that. There's also PDF files available that I'm happy to share, and I believe they're on Cubase Nation Discord as well. We want to give special thanks to Agent K and Jazz Dude, who serve as moderators. They're not Steinberg employees. They do this to make it a better community. So we want to give special thanks to them to keep a track, to respond if needed in a more real-time manner as I'm catching up. We also want to give Jazz Dude special kudos for his work with the Cubase Nation, the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. So it's a wonderful resource of different tutorials and utilities are available that can really benefit the Steinberg community. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America, and I primarily focus on Steinberg products. I'm based in the United States, just outside of Washington, D.C. in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And let's go ahead and get started. All right, so we have a question from Sammy the Ball. I got out of the blue message, could not create a project directory. Try what you told me last time with the folder, but this don't work for some reason. What can I also do to make it work? So, generally when you're starting a new project, you should be able to, when we come over, we'll say, okay, we're going to do a new project. So we'll just say we go to File menu, choose New Project, and here we're going to create empty. So make sure that, check to see if you're going into maybe a folder that's write protected. So try going to even like your desktop and see if changing the folder path makes a difference for you, or if you go to a different drive, it could be maybe that it is going to maybe something like a Dropbox folder or something along those lines that may not be sufficient for audio recording. So make sure that it's actually on a local drive, and if you have a different folder or a secondary drive that you could record to, see if that works. I've seen that message sometimes when people try to record to something like a CD-ROM drive, and that's set up as the path, and the CD-ROMs aren't, or DVDs, CDs or DVDs aren't going to be fast enough to record and capture the audio. So check a different file location, try a different folder, try a different drive, and see if that makes any difference. All right, Carlo R asks, hi Greg, I want to add some trance one-shots in Media Bay. What is the best way to organize the Media Bay, or in which folder to put all drums for a specific genre? So if we have a number of samples, let's come over here. I'll just record some files. All right, and I'm just going to put this onto my desktop here. Follow my own advice. All right, and we'll call these trance one-shots. Okay, so I'm going to add a couple audio tracks. All right, so let's say I want to call this kick 1, called kick to clap and hat. Okay, so we'll now come over and record on these 4. So we'll have some audio files. All right, so let's say these are our files that we've made. So if we want to go into Media Bay, let's go to our Media Bay here. We'll open it up. So as we want to open up Media Bay, we'll say we're going to go to this computer, to our desktop. Okay, and we'll say trans one shot. So I'm going to rescan this disk. All right, and we're going to look for. Okay, so now we have our 4 files. So, you know, the great thing about Media Bay is that we can do tagging on these particular files. So let's say we want to come here and we could choose our different functions that we see here. So we can say, okay, I want to set my sub style. And as we go to look at this, we can say, I want on my style, we'll just come over here and we'll say musical style. Okay. Okay, so one of the things you could do is just come over here and say, okay, we want to set our style for all of these. And we'll just say, okay, let's get to our style for all these files, and we're going to say trans. And let me just. Okay, so let's come over here. So we'll say genre. Trance. All right, and we could say, let's add. So we could add other additional notes. So let's say we want to, and we could even add our own. So I think we could even choose like an author, or let's say we're going to add, and we'll make this a text, and we'll say criteria, or whatever you want to call it. All right, so let's go back, and we can see that we have criteria. And here I'm just going to search and put one shot. Okay, so when we go to look for files, we could say, okay, I want this to be, you know, I say, okay, let's enter our search string. So we have all these different files. So I want one shot. And I type that in, and any of the attributes, we could do that. So if I change this attribute here, this would show everything. So let's say now I'm looking for trance, and this doesn't matter, you know, these are folders within the particular folders. So whatever, so we could select all of the files just in this particular, select them all, add the attributes here, and if you click on the settings, you can click on plus, and then you can say, okay, I want to look at my desktop, and we can say on my desktop I have all these files. So I want to now search again for one shots. I want to search for, you know, ones made by me, or I'm looking for trance. And then you could also say, and then also you could come over and say trance one shots, and you could filter just by clicking on the plus sign here and change and search. And it could be on any folder, so you don't necessarily have to organize it in folders, but once you have the content, just tag it, and then you could easily search for it using the different attributes that we've set up. So let me know if that makes sense for you. So you don't have to really, organize them in folders. Okay, so we see from Raphael, it says, in the media bay, when I select a list from a favorite folder, such as bass loops, for example, and another named Midi loops, when I access the filter window, I want that bass loop favorite folder or column assigned to one of my users' name, for example, Gregundo, appear first. Similarly, when I access Midi loops favorite folders, I want the category column, for example, to appear first. All right, so let's say if we're doing this, so we'll come over to our media bay, like the media rack here, and let's go to our attributes. So once we come to our attributes here, we can check to see exactly. So let's say we go to the media, and we want to just change, so we want to say like the creator name. So here we could just choose the particular, so say we want an author to be first. So now we could just search by particular authors, and we could search this. So I don't think that there is a way to save this, like different attributes for different, for different types of loops, but you can just, once we have the attributes open here, you can pick and, just say, okay, we want to do category, subcategory, and then you could just search, for that particular area right there. So at this point, you could choose your different attributes. So I'm not sure, Raphael, if you wanted to always search and have it switch between different things. So I don't know of a way to, let's see if go to the setup. So I think that you might have to manually change the attributes if you wanted to change them. But let me know if that is what you want to do exactly. All right. Yeah, so I don't think, further reading Raphael's, that I don't think it's automatically going to change, that this would be kind of set up in the attributes, but you could have a secondary attribute and change that. But let's see if we can do it in the full media bay. If I open up the correct window, as opposed to the media rack. So if we want to go to attributes, and again, you could have multiple attributes here and just kind of be able to search, but I don't think that there's kind of attribute presets, but I could look into it some more if you want me to. All right, so we have James Bastani checking in from Beverly Hills. Thanks for joining us. All right, we have Eric from Paris. And Eric asks, can you please remind us what is solo defeat and when to use it? Okay, so let's go to a project. All right, so what solo defeat's going to allow us to do is, as we solo other tracks, that those won't be affected. So if we come over here and let's say we solo our bass track, and we always want the bass to play. So clicking on it with the Alt or Option key on that. So let's say we're playing. So if I solo the kick, like the guitar track, the bass won't mute. Whereas other tracks that are soloed, we can just simply, have those kind of the solo states overwritten. So at this point, when we solo a track that's in solo defeat isn't going to be affected. So I solo my snare, the bass, it won't be muted during the solo, but without solo defeat on, only that track will be muted when you solo other tracks. All right, so Carlo R asks, I also have FL Studio on my PC and I can't add the drums from FL Studio to Cubase. How can I fix that? So they're probably not, and this happens a lot with different DAWs where the plugins aren't necessarily, like the internal plugins don't run as VST instruments. So you might have to, so it might be locked to that. But I think you could run FL Studio maybe as a virtual instrument. I haven't tried running it in 20 years or whatever, but you could see if you run it as a virtual instrument. But it could be that those plugins, like a lot of the internal plugins in Cubase, like the effects processors, just because you have them installed with Cubase, they aren't licensed to run in other programs. So it could be something like that. All right, Eric Sampson asks, can you please explain the difference between ARP5 and ARP-SX and when to use one versus the other? Are they going to be merged? So kind of historically with, legacy stuff, if we have a instrument or a plugin and we, add new things to it, we don't necessarily throw the old one away because we want to be compatible with people's projects. So when we look at our different plugins, we can think of Arpache 5 is kind of more of a minimalistic but a basic arpeggiator. And so if you wanted to come over and do just simple arpeggiations and set your values that you want it to be, we could have our different like arpeggio, I guess we'll call them like harmonic movements where it's going up or down or random. And when we came out with Arpache SX, we kind of had those same capabilities, but we also could have internal sequencers. So we could drag and drop Midi data from a project and use that as the basis for the arpeggiator. And this will come with more sophisticated arpeggiations. So the big difference is that with the Arpache SX, we could treat these as being very, very similar. So in essence, they kind of are merged in this if we just want to run just the arpeggiated section, but we wanted project compatibility for people that had projects with the Arpache plugin or like the simplicity of it. But if we want to take your own existing data and your own sequences and drag and drop them and use that as the basis for the arpeggiations, then the Arpache SX is a better solution for that. All right, wonderful to see David M. checking in from Liverpool. All right, Suede TV and Recording Studio. Yeah, thanks for your email you sent. And he says, hi, Greg, can you please explain, can you make a chord track for printout without a MIDI track, chord track only? So generally what I would, the score information will be tied into a MIDI track, so it's derived from a MIDI track. So, but we'll show you quickly how we could do this. If you don't have any MIDI data, we'll show you how to do this. So I will come here to this project. So let's say we have a chord track, and I'll duplicate this chord track a couple times. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to select the chord track, I'm going to hit the letter P, and this would set the left and right locators around the event. And I would just go to a MIDI track or an instrument track. We are going to double click on it, and that would create an event that's the same length. Let's open the score editor. I'll make it full screen so we see our score editor here. And what we want to do is go to your scores menu, to advanced layout, and show chord track. And then you could see the chord track kind of laid out for you. So you do have to work with a MIDI track to get into the score editor, or a MIDI event to get into the score editor. And then once you have the score editor, it doesn't have to have any MIDI notes. But at this point, we could just print this out as a lead sheet. So you will need a MIDI track, but no actual MIDI events or MIDI data in that track. You think of that as a container. That is what we're going to look at in the score editor so that we could generate the lead sheet from that. So let me know if that's helpful for you. Always wonderful to see Jazz Dude on. Appreciate all your work and help that you do for the live streams. David M asks, Greg, can you tell me where my fine transpose is in Cubase 13? I had it in Cubase 12. All my boxes are ticked in this setup info line. Thanks. All right, so mine, let's go take a look. Let's say I have an event selected. So I see my transpose here, and that's going to transpose it. And then I see fine tune right here. And that's the fine transpose. So make sure, A, that you have the event selected. Let's see if it's individually. So it's going to be in the transpose. We see fine tune. So we see fine tune if we right click here, but make sure you may not see it if no events are selected, or if you have a MIDI event selected. So make sure you have an audio event selected, and then you should see fine tune, but you could right click and make sure that the fine tune is activated right there as well. And it could be, if it's activated and you don't see it, one of the things you can do is, if you wanted to move it up, you could move it up visually, and that would move it over to the left depending on your screen resolution. So if I say, okay, I want this to go after my snap, we could move the fine tune over to the left depending on your screen resolution. And again, you just kind of hold down the left mouse button, drag, and then you could change the order. So, like I'm running at a 1920 by 1080 resolution, so you should be able to see it. But if you have a smaller resolution, you might have to move it up, which would move it over to the left to make it visible. All right, we have Darren Flake just saying, hi everyone, happy Friday from Canada. Thanks for joining us. Daniela Tocan is on from Germany. Uno Memento is checking in from a stormy and snowy Finland. There's a lot of places in northeast of U.S. Got a nice unexpected April snowstorm yesterday, and then followed by an earthquake in New York, outside of New York today. All right, Patrick asks, does Nuendo have an equivalent to Pro Tools and Wavelab 12's Tab 2 Transient feature? So yeah, it's just going to be, so when you come here, let's say I select the event, I think it's Alt-N. So let's come over here, I will set my transient. So you could hit Alt or Option N or B. And as we come over here, I'll just go into my hit points editor so we could actually adjust kind of the hit point sensitivity. So again, it's just Alt-N to go forward and Alt or Option B to go back. So give that a try, Patrick. Just gonna clear my throat real quick. All right, so we have Mr. Dali67 checking in from Denmark. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. All right, we see John Costigan saying hello and thanks to a lot of people from Kenosha, Wisconsin. All right, Ecstasy Tunes asks, hi Greg, is there a feature like tab to transfer in key editor, for instance, tab to next note? So I think it's just the left and right arrow keys will allow you to do that. So let me just go to a Midi event here. All right, so I'm just going to select my Midi note. So just the left and right arrows. If they're stacked, it'll just, if they're coming at the same time, it'll just go up in pitch. So just hit the left, the right arrow key to go forward, and the left arrow key to go back. So select the note, and then you could just go from there. And you could kind of navigate between your different MIDI notes quite fast that way. So let me know if that's helpful. Always great to see Dallas LaRue from Las Vegas. Thanks for being such a loyal attendee. All right, we have Pastoral Apologetics checking in from Southeast Texas. Thanks for being online. My brother's in Houston. I'm not sure if that's Southeast in Texas. All right, so we have a question. Are there general settings on your PC you can change to optimize it for Cubase usage? If so, can you show which? I'm demonstrating on a Mac, so there are a number of different Cubase tweaks that can be done. I think there's a lot of different information probably on optimizing Windows machines for different for working with DAWs. So probably in the Cubase Nation Discord, if you haven't looked in there, there's probably a lot of great material in there. So, and I'm sure Jazz Dude will probably be kind enough to share a link. But, since I'm running on a Mac, I can't really show the PC optimizations. Sorry about that. All right, so Max Ped says, hi everyone from Rome. Thanks for joining us from Rome. In Cubase 13, how can I use the whole MIDI keyboard and not only a section doing adjustments on a MIDI part? Okay, so I'm not sure if we're in the key editor, if you wanted to see the whole MIDI keyboard here. So if we just kind of zoom in, so one of the vertical zoom tricks, if you want to see all 128 notes in the MIDI specification, so it's more than keyboards. I don't know any controllers that go beyond 88, but if it's this kind of vertical representation, and you see it kind of like this. So try just as you hover over just to what would be the top of the keyboard on the left hand side. If we just hold down the left mouse button, we could zoom in and see all of the MIDI notes, or if we wanted to see just a fraction of the MIDI notes. Let me know if that's kind of what you mean, or let me know if I'm misunderstanding. I'd be happy to, if you could clarify, I'd be happy to show you more. Right, always a fantastic seeing Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas, and we believe that the virtual ice cream distribution will begin. All right, and we have Robbie Bowling, also from Texas and Dallas, very loyal attendee, so we appreciate Robbie always being on. Okay. Okay, just reading through different topics here. All right, so we have Mohammed Salah just saying hello to me and the Cubase community from Iraq in Cubase 13 Pro. John Costigan says, please hit the like button. It makes the parent company smile. So that's always a good point. All right, we have the Heartbreak Time Machine checking in from raining Northern California. Mohammed Salah says, I've learned how to control EQ with SysX data. That's great. All right, and Mohammed has a question. How to send projects Cubase to Pro Tools DAW with all tempo change in session? Thanks. So, and yeah, this is one of the questions I was going to cover later is like how to export different tempo, different tempo to other programs. Or if you have a smaller version of Cubase, we'll show you a tip that we could do. So we'll just do a new project. So if we want to transfer the tempo map from Cubase to Cubase or Cubase to Dorico, one of the functions will be, I'm just going to add a Midi track, and then let's add our tempo track. So let's say our tempo is fluctuating quite nicely in this selection. So let's say we have a tempo map that looks like this. Okay, so if you're running Cubase Pro or Dorico, what you could do is you could exchange your different tempo maps between the programs. And we could do that by coming over here to Export, Audio Mixdown, and what we want to do, instead of we go to Export, and we can say Export Tempo Track. So we could give it a name and then import that tempo track back into Cubase Pro or Dorico. Now, if we're doing it to another program, what we could do is export this as a standard Midi file. So, and the trick with this is if we don't have a tempo track and we go to export, we don't see standard Midi file, but so we need to add a Midi track. So you could just add a Midi track. You don't have to add any notes. You don't have to create any Midi data. But now that we have a Midi track, we can come over here and export the Midi file. So we'll come and we'll say tempo export. And I'm going to put this into my desktop. All right, so here we can say we have different export options. Okay, so we're going to say tempo track. So this would have to be kind of sent along as a separate file generally. So let's say I want, now there's one preference to be aware of when we import Midi files. So let's come over here to File, to Preferences, to Midi file, that we want to, and this is on by default for ignore master track events on merge. So we want to just simply have that unchecked. So I'm going to close this particular project. And when we come over, we could say, let's import a Midi file. We'll go ahead and create a new project. We'll go to our desktop. And we'll have our tempo export Midi, which we just created a couple minutes ago. And we'll hit open. And when we do this, we can open up and this will be in the track, but we could just want to come over and just show the tempo track, and our tempo track will be there. And if and one of the preferences that I have set, and I got this question just the other day, is like, oh, I imported it, but now it imported like a HALion sonic track. So if you don't want that, we could choose under destination that we want the imported Midi file to go to Midi track. And so if we see and we want to get rid of the HALion sonic track here, all we have to do is we could go to your VSTi rack here, and this is where the HALion sonic is created, and we'll choose no VST instrument, and now we just have the tempo track. So that's how we could get tempo tracks from Cubase Artist, Cubase Elements, and export it. Or if we need to export the tempo track with the project to another DAW, just about all the DAWs will import MIDI files with the tempo information. So let me know if that makes sense for you, Mohammed. Okay, Minac Banerjee asks, please tell how to turn a vocal sample into ambient cinematic type. Okay. Not sure if I'm a genius on ambient cinematic types, but when I hear something like that, I would think probably the plugin called the multi-tap delay. All right, so let's come over and I'll just run this as an insert. We'll see it under delay and go to multi-tap delay. So let's try like maybe synth inflator sounds. Okay, so let's say without this particular plugin, we'll just have just a little vocal. Na, 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 na. So say I have just some. So we'll turn this on now. I started losing sight of place. What dimension am I in? So here we could have, different effects for loops, for taps. In the end. Na, 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 I started losing sight of place. So here we could have each tap run through its own effects. In the end. In the end. Na 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 na. I started losing sight of place. What dimension am I in? In the end. In the end. Na, 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 na. So I think that would give you kind of some great kind of ambient effects for vocals. So check that out. So once again, that's the multi-tap delay and standard plugin with Cubase. It's incredibly powerful. You could spend like a whole weekend kind of playing with that and feel like you just scratched the surface. Okay, Raphael asks, Greg, I'm having trouble loading the presets for my VSTs and plugins. However, I don't have any issues with saving track presets. That works fine. Okay. So it could be, if you're using third-party plugins, so usually when we work with different presets in Cubase, we use VST3. So when we go to our presets, that they're all kind of unified into a particular location. So not all plugin companies utilize that. So if we want to go again to the multi-tap delay, that we have this kind of uniform system and all these presets are reported directly into Media Bay. So, but a lot of third-party plugins may have their own plugin preset management system that's independent of this. So let me know if you're having problems seeing the plugin presets of kind of included plugins or with third-party plugins. And you realize that with third-party plugins, they may not utilize this, but they may have their own proprietary preset management system. So if you could specify that, that would be great. Always wonderful to see Razel from Denmark. Glad you could make it today. All right. Hey, Greg, could you explain what SR means in Reverence? So that's going to mean that it's surround. So when we look at different Reverence presets, so Reverence is a convolution-based reverb, meaning that it's going to utilize samples as the basis for the reverb sound. But when we kind of go through different presets here, some of these were captured. When we see SR, this means that it's going to be a multi-channel. So this will be like a 4-channel ambience. So instead of just working with a stereo capture, this will have a multi-channel capture so that you could have the sound from the front and rear. So if you're using it in a surround or immersive project, this way it'll have the different ambient characteristics of the hall captured in surround sound. So that's what the SR indicates. All right, my chat field just jumped. Let me just try to find my spot. All right, Carlo R asked, how to save a project with all instruments so that I could activate it on another PC. So if so if the instruments aren't on the other PC, when, saving the project so when we save the project, this will load up all of the particular, it'll access and send information to the plugins. And if those plugins are available and installed on your computer, then they will sound as expected. If you save the project and move the file and move the project folder to a different computer, and those don't have the particular plugins, then the MIDI information and the sounds won't necessarily play as it would on the original computer, because it needs those plugins installed on the other computer to have the sound secure. Now, if you know that a computer isn't going to have those particular plugins, what you could do is, there's a couple approaches. One is just to come over here, select all your files in the project, hold down the shift key, and you could go to the, let's see if it's under, and here what you could do is just simply, if you know that the effects aren't going to be there, we could choose to freeze the selected tracks, and that will render all of the plugins, the instruments, directly into the project. So that when you take it to a different computer, that the effects are kind of burned into the project and embedded in the files. So at that point, it'll play back on the other computer even if the plugins aren't there. So just like, if you had a synthesizer or drum machine and you have it in your room and it sounds great in your project and you're utilizing that synthesizer or drum machine, you go to a studio and you didn't take it with you, then those sounds wouldn't carry over. But if you froze all the tracks or did a render in place or did a batch export, all those tracks would play back in the other room. All right, wonderful to see Brian Sawyer from Bealville, North Carolina. Hope you're doing well. All right, so we have Martin checking in from Germany using Cubase 13 Pro on Windows, installing the latest Steinberg updates for it while he's watching the live stream. Okay, Antonio Beck asks, with the new key editor, can we mute the sound of a MIDI track while it remains displayed in the upper section? Okay, so let's come over. I'll open up bigger project here so we can see our multiple tracks. Okay, so let's say I'm working on right, so I'm in the key editor. Let's say I'm looking at my other tracks. So if I wanted, so if we activate this little function here where we could see the tracks. So now what I could do if I wanted to take my bass and cello, I could just grab the mute tool and my tools would work the same way up here. So if I mute these tracks, so I can mute my strings, so I could just treat the tracks kind of globally right there and mute. And if I wanted to cut, copy, paste, and use all of my tools like I do in the main project window, we could just do this. So even if I say, okay, I like these two French horn parts, let me duplicate them, we could do stuff like that as well. So let me know if that's kind of what you want to accomplish with that, Antonio. All right, wonderful to see you, Val, checking in from Vienna. Always great to see you on. All right, Mickey's Production, he has two questions. Hey, Greg, what's the main difference between Groove Agent SE and the full version? So the full version will give you additional content. So you'll have the ability to have, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of the differences. I'll just open up the full Groove Agent. So the first thing that's really apparent, you may notice that it looks very similar. So if you know how to use Groove Agent SE, using Groove Agent full version would almost be identical. Instead of having one agent, we could have, a lot of times people may have one agent for kind of like an MPC style drum machine and one for like a virtual drummer. Here we can have different kits that will be broken into, so we could have multiple agents. So I could say, okay, I want this to be more of my virtual drummer. I wanted this to be a different kit here, and I want to load a kit with patterns. And let's say, okay, I want this to be a beat agent kit. So we could combine, and this would basically be MIDI channel 1, MIDI channel 2. And Groove Agent is also going to give us something called the percussion agent, which I think is worth the price of Groove Agent by itself. So if you want to add just quick percussion elements on a particular track, you could come over and just have all these tempo synced. So you could have 4 different agents. The Groove Agent SE will have 16 pads. We can have 128 pads directly inside of Groove Agent full version. When we go to the performance aspects, we can also have kind of note repeat functionality here. So if we wanted to, hit this particular note and have it fire off, 16th note triplets, whatever different rhythmic values, kind of like a note repeat function that you have on the MPC. You could do that very easily using the performance functionalities. There's also when we drag and drop loops in. So let me just find a quick drum loop. Okay, so let's say I have a new agent here. So at this point, we could just say, okay, I want to go to my instrument pad here. And then if we have like, particular drum loops, let me just... So if I drag this loop in, and then when we do our slicing of it, we could actually classify our different slices. So we could say, okay, I want to take this, and then it could find all the ones that are kick drums, all the ones that are, and it could classify based on and set different colors for each one. And one of the other great things is you could sample directly into it. So we could activate a side chain, and we could say, okay, from the master section, and we could sample directly into, have the master section. And as we play back different drum sounds, different one shots, we could just record those directly into Groove Agent. So Groove Agent itself can sample instead of having to record the audio into the DAW and then from there drag it in. We could just do the sampling directly inside of Groove Agent. So those are some of the things that are in Groove Agent full version over Groove Agent SE. Okay, so we see Braxel checking in from Texas. Thanks for being online today. Okay, Antonio Beck says the don't follow selection in project button in the key editor visibility section doesn't work for me when I return to pinned selection has changed. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, so let's say if we're here. Okay, let me just... Okay, so let's say if we have all these, so I'm just looking for the don't follow selection and project button in the key editors visibility. So let's... Wondering if it's in here. Okay, so here's the pin. Okay, so let's say, okay, so I select here. All right, so let me see if, okay, so let's say if I come here, I'm going to select events here. So let's, okay. Okay, so yeah, it looks like it's following there. Let me try just to uncheck that. Okay, so that's following, but let's say if we have multiple select it without that turning on. All right, so I think what this is doing, so if we have this checked, that when we select that, it's not going to hide the other channels, and when this is turned off, we can see that the other channels here will disappear. So that's what that function is doing. So once that is, now I could see all my channels and I could have it selected, but with that turned off, now when I select, all the other channels here will disappear. So let me know if that's how it's working for you. I think that's the intention of it. So if you have like one editor screen on that's dedicated to the key editor, that it won't have an impact on the other ones. All right, Ken asks, what's the difference between Cubase 12 and 13? So, you know, there's a significant number of audio engine, like just the performance engine aspects. You know, there's probably about 200 features. There's this whole inspector that's been added, kind of the multiple Midi editors. So where we could, within the Midi editor, select and do multiple editing of parts. There are a number of new plugins. So if we want to just come over and show some of the plugins, so a lot of, you know, like the mix console has been kind of revamped to be more fluid. So if you wanted to even like come over to the channel strip and say, oh, okay, I just want to edit this, instead of it being in like an impossibly tall vertically orientation, you could just click here and the little pop-out window will come right there. If you're going into like the channel EQ, we can just come over and do your edits, and as soon as you move away, the window will disappear. So a lot of really nice things like that. A whole slew of new plugins. It's going to have Midi 2.0 support. Some of the new plugins that people really love. Big hit's been the vocal chain. So this is kind of 18 plugins for vocals, all incorporated into one particular suite of tools. Also, if you wanted like Pultec style EQs, we could come over, have those included. If you wanted to have your vocoder plugin, so that's been revamped and included. Some new compressors. So going over to dynamics, so if you want to have a very high quality Vox compressor, the Vox comp, and if we go to also under dynamics, a lot of people falling totally in love with the black valve compressor as well. So there's lots of great new plugins, lots of new functionality. So tons of just like little enhancements, like new start modes for the project. There's now tap tempo right on the main transport bar. You know, little stuff like, you know, when we select an event here, let's say this event is way off in the distance. Now when I select it and I start to zoom in, we could have that as the basis for zooming the center point as opposed to the cursor position. So there's like 100 little things like that that significantly improve workflow, more content, and you also get like this orchestral instrument, the Iconicus sketch, so everything that you're hearing. And we'll disregard that, but you'll get a full orchestral instrument that's super high quality as well. And I will just revert this since I've destroyed it. So, and of course, currently, you know, we have Cubase 13 updates and new versions are on sale, so it's a great time to jump into it. But just, this is the orchestral instrument, Iconicus sketch, that comes with it. So So lots of great new functions in Cubase 13. So, and we did, I think if you go to like November 3rd, there we did a live stream November 3rd of last year, I think 2023. You can look for it, and there's like a 2-hour walkthrough of all the new features. So. All right, Braxel asks, does Cubase 13 auto-detect the delay when using hardware inserts, or do you have to ping it to get it set? If you have reverb hardware, do you need to set it to dry, then ping? Please advise. So yeah, there's no way of Cubase knowing exactly what the latency of the path is until you ping it. So as soon as we have an audio track, let's say we have an external reverb, what you could do is just come over, we'll go to your inserts, you'll see your external plugins. So let's say, okay, we have this, and we could click on to measure delay. And if you do have a reverb, just turn the output of the reverb all the way down. Once you click on measure delay, that will do all of the delay offsets for that outboard signal path so that it will play back in time and be delay compensated. All right, so we have a question from Imad Salsa. Hi, how can we create transpose for chord track? Thank you. Okay, so we have a chord track here, and we want to transpose it. So we're just going to select the chord events here. And if you look over, and it's kind of, I'm not sure why it's all the way over on the right-hand side, but we look on the info line, we'll see our root note. So if we just come here, we could just use our computer scroll wheel on our mouse, and then we could transpose the chord tracks right here. So once again, just come here and you could transpose the chord track just like that. All right, so we see question, the score editor is very limited, and Music XML import from MuseScore is extremely poor. Is this improved in version 13, or any plans for better compatibility? So, there's, I think, been some public announcements that, ideally we'd like to see aspects of the Dorico notation engine implemented in Cubase. It's been a long-standing feature request. I know that the teams are probably working towards something like that. Often when dealing with Music XML imports, the problem is not necessarily importing the Music XML from different programs, but what the other programs are exporting. So check that out as well. But, I think, obviously you could check out Dorico. There's a free version of Dorico, which will do that as well. And you can see if that makes any difference for you. All right, wonderful to see Stefan from Sweden. Thanks for being such a loyal attendee. All right, Mr. Dali 67 says, I just installed the Steinberg Yamaha ASIO drivers and it works fine, but my normal ASIO onboard driver is now gone. I want to use my main audio interface as monitor when I get it set up. So generally, if it's, you should be able to, once you go to your studio setup and we get to your audio system, depending on what you have here, so, it could be maybe that it's not seeing another audio interface, but here, like I could choose built-in. I know it's different on the Windows platform than Mac, but all of your available audio interfaces should show up there. So, but let me know if, like a lot of people, when you say go back to my normal ASIO onboard drivers is now gone. So, but let me know if you only see, because you should always see kind of like, the generic low latency or the, Steinberg USB or Steinberg ASIO driver, which is kind of works in basically, I think it works as a wrapper basically for the system onboard audio interface, but if it may not see a system onboard audio interface, it may not show up as a solution. But if you want to share a screenshot of this on your system, if you get to your audio system to ASIO driver and show me what's there, then I'd be happy to kind of take a look at it. And you could send that to clubcubase@steinberg.de. Once again, clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, we see Stefan has received 1 gallon of fresh strawberry ice cream from Michael Teams. Okay, Raphael Tomey asks, when I double click on a MIDI note, it deletes the note. How can I make it open the note expression window instead? Thank you. Okay. So there's a little icon that we could press for that. So right now, the behavior, when we double click, well, mine is set to open up the note expression editor, but if we just click, you'll see this little icon right here. It says double click opens note expression editor. If that is unchecked, now when we double click, the MIDI note is erased. So make sure where you see like the little E icon that we just have that illuminated. Once that is illuminated, double click, the note expression editor opens. Without it illuminated, double clicking on a note erases the note. So give that a try. And I think that will solve your problem for you. Always great to see Nick on. It's just saying, hey people, hope you're all keeping well. Michael Teams wants people to smash the like button, help keeping me employed. Okay, so we have Raphael ask, I want to import an audio file into the project without it being installed in a selected track. Okay, so let's try a new project just so we can make it nice and clean. So let's see if we go to our pool window, if we could just import. All right, so now it's in our pool, but it's not in a track. So when we save the project, this reference to this audio file is preserved, but it's not being used in a track. So once again, go to your media, open your pool window, and click on import, and we can see that it's going to be imported and kind of saved within, accessible from within the pool for the project, but an audio track is not added. Okay, so Michael Teams has granted my family and myself 1 gallon of Rocky Road ice cream. That's very generous, and I'll save it for tomorrow. It's my son's 11th birthday tomorrow, so we'll save the Rocky Road ice cream for him. Thank you for that. All right, so Michael Teams mentions that everyone's favorite drummer in the live stream, Pablo, says hola. He's from Galicia, España, and he's getting on a tour bus as we chat. All right, great to see Spa Dogs checking in from Canada. All right, and we have Pertti Komenen from Finland. Hope we heard that Uno Memento had snow, so we hope if you're having snow that you're staying warm inside watching the live stream. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped on me. Okay. All right, so we have Jazzy Lamel saying, hey, Greg, blessings. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so see Peter Bata from Montreal says you were hit by a freak ice storm. Haven't had power for the last 2 days. What a bummer. Well, stay safe and save up your power, but thanks for popping in, and we hope that you get your power back soon. Yeah, we see Darren's also mentioning that that they're very cool in Ontario. So. Peter's also asking for a special order of 2 cups of hot cocoa. So I think that Michael Teens may be able to make that happen. All right, Antonio Beck, can you give me an example of how to work with the presets of the logical editor to familiarize myself with it and understand the presets offered by Cubase? Thank you, Greg. All right, so let's take a look. Okay, so we have, let's take a look at some of the presets. I usually kind of make my own without looking for presets. All right, so let's say we want to do velocity. So we'll work with our velocity. Okay, so let's say crescendo in, let's do, let me create a quick part here so it may be more obvious what we're doing. So I'll just put in a bunch of 16th notes here. Okay, so if we're going to start with the preset, so let's say we'll take a look at some of the velocity presets. Okay, so let's say we want to do say plus 10% on downbeats 2 and 4. Okay, so let's come over here. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to transform. So we see that we have different functions here. So we can say we want to transform, and then we kind of pick what we want to transform something to. So this is what we want to transform, and then what we want. So we're going to say we're going to transform notes that are on these beats, and what we want to do is take the velocity and multiply it by 1.1. So as we do this, let's say all my velocities are down here. So notes that fall on those particular conditions. So you could. So think of this as what do we want to do? So let's start over here, and I'll just, if we're not using presets. So use presets to kind of figure out some of the logic. But if I was to kind of start, I would say, okay, let's start by selecting something. So we could say, okay, we want to select, we want to select notes so that are, so let's say we want to select notes that fall on beat 1. So here we can say we want to select, and we're going to choose type is equal to note. Okay, so now we select all the notes. Now let's break down what notes we want to select. So let's say we want to select notes whose position, and we could say is inside bar range, and we could say beat 1. So let's say now I want to only select notes inside basically like beat 1 of the bar. So let's say we'll just come here, and we could just select those particular notes. Now we could say we want to select, we could go to like in a last event, and we'll say let's go to every other event, and we'll say we want to select every other note. So we'll say event counter, and we'll say 2. So now we could select every other note. So now that we've selected every other note, let's come over here and say every other note, I want the velocity to decrease. So instead of selecting, we're going to transform, and we're going to say we're going to transform notes that meet these criteria, and we're going to say value 2, which in the Midi note is going to be velocity, and you could just select velocity. We're going to subtract 30 from our velocity value. So now every other note that we have selected here will go down by a value of 30. So again, just think about, like, do we want to select? Do we want to change something? Do we want to copy something? What condition do we want to set at the top? And what do we want to do with notes? What criteria do we want at the top? And what do we want to do with those notes based on that criteria? And that's what we could do in the bottom. So once you kind of get that concept, but start with some of the presets, play around with it, modify presets, and then you can make your logic with it. If you go to the Cubase Nation Discord, there's lots of logical editor examples that have been created in live streams that you could download and experiment with as well. All right, so we see Graham Witcher says, hello everyone, our week over, where does time go? Great to be on the live stream of the best DAW in the world again. So always wonderful to have Graham on from Royal Wooten Bassett. Thanks for joining us. All right, Jazzy Lamel asks, hey Greg, I was in a session and when I started my project, I noticed that all my record enable and the track just disappeared and I couldn't figure out how to record, why it did that. Can you explain? So there's often a little plus sign here. So, when we have our track control settings, we could, if you right click here, you could go to track control settings and you could, set each of these up right there. What often happens is these track control settings can be also have presets that are accessed right here. So right at the very bottom of the project window above the lower zone when that's selected. And so if you just come over here and say simple, you may not see, or if you're doing mixing, you may not see the record enable. So just kind of click here and you can put it on standard, and that should have your record enable and your different functions right there. So if it goes to mixing, while you're mixing, you may not need to see the record enable and monitor functions. So try just to click right here in the lower left hand corner, and then you can set it to standard or simple, and it could be set to mixing by accident, and that would cause those parameters, those controls to be hidden. So try that. So Muhammad Salah says, thanks, you are the best. Thank you for the kind words. I'm just glad to be able to help people. Heartbreak Time Machine says, wait, sidechain into Groove Agent 5? Yep, and you can do that with HALion as well, so it's a great way of being able to sample directly in. Wonderful to see Mark Rabin on, and he has his dog Stella. Everyone say woof to Stella, and everyone send virtual dog treats to Stella. Stella is our official Club Cubase live stream dog. He lives in Montana, and we're all lucky to get to hang out with Stella on Tuesday and Fridays when Mark joins. Cristiano R asks, is Groove Agent specialized only for drums, or can it be used to generate instrument loops as well? Is it possible? Could you give an example of that? Thanks. So yeah, definitely. So, Groove Agent can work. It's kind of a bit of a misnomer, while it's like an amazing tool for drums, but it's also just a great tool for working, with different loops and different elements as well. So let's come over to, let's just find, all right, so let's come over and I'll just open up Groove Agent and I'll just start with kind of a blank kit. So I'm going to just say we'll cut the kit. So I'm going to take this and let's say I just drag this loop in. All right, so the first thing we could do, all right, so now if I want to trigger that loop on different keys, we could select the pitch. And at this point, let's just activate the pitch. So I'll select, and we'll say we want the pitch to go from C1 to C2. Okay, so now we could have it play faster and a higher pitch. Now, if we wanted these to play back at the same level, what we could do now is if we just go over here to sample, let me see if it's under sample. We could also reverse the loop. All right, so let's come over to, all right, so, and of course we could do different filters. All right, so let's say we go to our sample, and now we could just put it on audio warp, and there's a new spectral mode. So now, instead of it playing when we play like an octave up, which is twice the frequency, it would play back twice as fast. Now we could have that loop play back kind of at the same tempo. But we could just have it play back at different pitches if we wanted to. So very easy to kind of come over. Now let's say we have this particular loop, and I'll just undo some. So let's say I'll cut the kit again and we'll start from scratch. But one of the things you could do also is just say, okay, we want to take this loop, and if we go to our slice tab, we could create the slices. So now, so these we can play individually. And once we create the slice, it's now made a pattern. So if we want to come to the pattern pad, we could drag this out to our project window. And this is basically creating a sequence of MIDI notes. So we go to our key editor. At this point, we could repeat this pattern multiple times, and we could do variations on it. So let's say, okay, I want to come to my key editor here. And just use my arrow keys here. And let's say for this one, we want to go to my MIDI, and let's just reverse the MIDI. So now I can take that same loop and do variations. So you could do all sorts of great things with loops inside of Groove Agent. So, it's kind of a misnomer to think of it as being just for drums, but all sorts of great stuff that you could do as well with that. reading through comments. All right, so you see that Nick has to step away, but he's hit the like button and he has an authorized hall pass, so that's good. I wouldn't check. All right. All right, so Stella, Mark's dog, the official Club Cubase live stream dog, says lick the like button to do it now. So. All right, wonderful to see Madge Deepers checking in from the UK. Thanks for being online today. Okay, Suede TV and Recording Studio asks, how does one add all the bar numbers to show in the chord track, please? So I guess this might be with in the score editor. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's say we're in the score editor. Okay, and we go, let's say, okay, we go to scores, and we go to advanced layout, and we say show chord track. Right, so if we wanted to see right now, and I'll go this into scores, we'll go to our page mode. So right now, by default, we have it the first line of every stave. We can see 1, 5, 9, 13. So, but we don't see it on every single one. So if we double click just to the left of the first stave, we can go to our score settings. And if we go to the scored settings, let's go to project. And I think we go to notation style. We can see there's maybe a bar numbers. All right, so we see bar numbers show every, and it will default to first. Let's hit 1. And then when we hit OK, now every single bar is notated above the bar as opposed to the first one. So again, you could go just double click here or go to your scores, to your score settings. We'll go to notation style, swipe down, bar numbers, show every, type in 1, and then every bar will be numbered. So let me know if that makes sense for you. Okay. All right, wonderful to see Gareth on from Bilbao, Spain. Glad you can make it today. All right, VXLA asks, are there any best practices or advice when quantizing drum tracks that are both closely mic'd, say bass drum mic and overhead mics? Sometimes when quantizing these tracks, there are problems. Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at it. So often when we quantize, you know, a kick drum, and the kick drum is in the snare mic, the hi-hat mic, the overhead mics, the room mics. At the same time, you move the kick drum that it can, and you don't move all the other sources that could create all sorts of weird phase stuff and sound a bit weird. So what we could do, I will take this drum example here. I'm going to put all of my drums into a folder track first. And when we put them into a folder track, so what I'm going to do is, let's say we'll listen to these drums, and we'll start off. So we'll just say, all right, so I'm going to put this up to the click track, which every drummer would hate. So let's listen for fills. It's a little late on that fill. probably that snare fill rushed a little bit if we're going to be very picky about it. So what I want to do is I'm going to find kind of my two or three main sources. So in this case, there's a lot of hi-hat and kick and snare are probably the most dominant. So I'm going to go into my double click to go into the sample editor, and we're going to just kind of tweak and make sure that we don't have like tracks that are bleeding through. So we can see that we may have tracks that are bleeding through, like these may be toms. All right, and I want to do the same for my snare. So we're going to adjust the sensitivity here. Nope, that's on our kick track. Let's get to our snare, sorry. So we see a lot of tracks are bleeding through in the snare, so we want to kind of exclude those through the ratio, through the threshold. And on this, the hi-hat is also pretty central. So now we'll come here to the hi-hat, and we'll make sure, because drum tracks are always going to kind of bleed. It's the nature of having multiple mics together. Okay, so we have those. So what I'm going to do now is just come over here. These are going to all be placed into a folder. And that folder is, we will just now come over here and apply what we call group editing. We're going to go to our quantize panel. And we can do this from the edit menu to quantize panel. And we're going to select, since these are all going to be group edited, we select one of the tracks, and we can see all of our tracks that are in this group. And we want to assign priorities. So we're going to say my kick is going to have the highest priority, my snare top, maybe the secondary priority, and our hi-hat, the third priority. And what it's done is it's basically, based upon these priorities, it's placed these little markers. Okay, so what we're going to do is now create these markers. I'm going to turn my phone off here. Okay, so, and at this point, we're going to say I want to quantize these to 16th notes. Okay, so it's kind of sliced. Those markers, those events have all been kind of sliced. We're going to quantize those events. Now, as we quantize these events, so why we're doing this as a group is when we make that slice is going to happen at that time when the kick is in, is happening, but also when it's happening in the other tracks. And we're going to say, we're going to do that. And now we're going to just choose to, so we can quantize those particular events. And at that point, we could just kind of listen to it. And so that way you could just simply go through the different, the different options. But let's say, again, we could come over here, or we could do that via kind of audio warping. We could also do the slices, and when we come over here, quantize, we can now do crossfades as well, so that all those events will be crossfaded where there were gaps before. So as we listen to it, you could be just kind of dead on. And we listen to our snare fill coming up here. That was dragging and came in late at the downbeat. So that way you could use group editing for drums to minimize drums that have leaking in it and maintain the phase relationships between all the tracks. Okay, Suede TV and Recording Studio asks, any way to hide trial plugins not activated yet in Nuendo 13, please? So I think if we go to your studio menu, to VST Plugin Manager, that we could select the particular plugin, and you'll see this little option for hide. So try clicking on the hide button and see if that does what you expect. So once again, go to your studio menu, to VST plugin manager, select the plugin, and then in this lower left-hand corner, you'll just see the hide function right there. All right, so we see from Gareth that I have a new Hot Mess song to play bass on, coming probably next weekend. Sounds good, looking forward to it. Can't wait to contribute to the song. Okay. Okay, so you see from Mr. Dolly 67, I see none other than the Yamaha driver. Yeah, so if you want to send a screenshot and then send me a screenshot also on your Windows of what other audio devices you have in your system as well, I'd be happy to kind of take a look at it. All right, so you see Tim K just says happy birthday to Greg's kid. So yeah, his name is Ryan. So yeah, so he's looking forward to it. So we see Argha Sen says, just got my copy of Cubase 13 Artist. Looking forward to playing around with the vocal chain. There's a pitch correct, which allows to use the chord track. So yeah, that's one of the great things you can do. All right, you see Michael Teams is granted Madge 1 gallon of Kahlua mocha ice cream. Sounds good. Okay, Cristiano R asks, I have a color palette template and I want it to be saved by default when I open my projects. So I think that once you have that set, let's get to your project and project menu to project color setup. And then if we go to options, at that point, we could say save color set as default. And I think that will do what you want. So again, go to your project menu, to project color setup, options, save color set as default. Let me know if that works for you. All right, Mr. Dolly 67 asks, is it possible in audio recording to auto detect and make a tempo track so you either fix the tempo or get it synced to a MIDI recording? Thanks in advance. So yeah, let's show you how to do that. Let's do a new project here. All right, so let's say we have a track where the tempo so there's no correlation between the tempo and the track. So what you could do is we could select the track. Let's go over to project menu, and then we're going to do a tempo detection. Click analyze. So now it's figured out the tempo for the song, and let's see if we have a pickup note. So right now, when we do the tempo detection, it's figuring out where the beats are, and it will place the meter in 4/4. So So we have like a little pickup note here. So we can say this is our downbeat where we want our 4/4 to start. So at this point, oh, maybe off, and we just see if the downbeat is here actually. Let me just so let's say we have that as your tempo. Let me just listen to it one time just to see if it's there. All right, and if I put this as let me just try and figure out the downbeat. I guess it's right at the beginning, so let me just switch this to 4/4. All right, so now if I want MIDI to follow this, if I just drag, let's say, VST instrument, let's add our full groove agent. And we'll go to our percussion agent. All right, so let's just find that percussion agent here. So let's say, okay, let's open up Cuban Ghetto. So now we could have this automatically follow the tempo of the track. Find something a little more appropriate pattern-wise. Try just so now the tempo that was extracted from the audio file is now being used for the MIDI. Now, if I want the original file that is fluctuating in tempo to play a steady tempo, so let's say roughly around 123, so let's say we want it to be 124, what I could do is select the file, go to my audio menu to advanced, and we'll say set definition from tempo, and that's basically going to embed the tempo changes, all these tempo changes, into every beat in the file. So I'll go ahead and we will just mute the groove agent. So now if I take the tempo here and I put it to 124, it's playing back a perfect 124 beats a minute, and every beat is slightly stretching to be steady. So if I want it to be 144 or 108, or if I want to take the existing tempo and say let's compress the changes here, I could just say let's go to, I could select and say okay, I want this to ramp up there, So we can keep the natural dynamic tempo curves, and it's just now going to increase. Then it could go down to our original tempo, kind of compressed. Or I want to take this tempo and just bring it down. So now we can take all the tempos and say, oh, maybe I want that to ramp up slowly to the original tempo. And we're right back to the original tempo. So if you wanted to take something that had fluctuating tempos, have Midi follow it, take something that had fluctuating tempos, change the fluctuations, or have it play back at a steady tempo, you could just do it like that. So once again, start by doing a tempo detection from the project menu. And then if you wanted that file to automatically follow different changes, we would go to the audio menu to advanced and then set definition from tempo. So let me know if that's helpful. All right. Kevin Mehmed, great to see you on, Kevin. Hope you're well. I want to know, Greg, if you got to show us how to UCL it native, if you had an import-export presets of your own creation. So I'm not sure how to UCL it means. It native if you had an import and export presets of your own creation. So let me know, Kevin, maybe if you could specify what UCL is, or UCL it native. But I have a lot of presets that you could download from the Cubase Nation Discord, and we see from Helix native. So I still don't have a copy on my work computer of Helix native. I'll try again. But if the UCL is a Helix thing, okay, we have a question from Antonio. How do I invert the phase of the same duplicated track to hear phase cancellation? Okay, so let's come over here. I'm going to take this track, and I'll just... All right, there's a couple different ways. So let's duplicate this track. All right, so they're both playing now. And we'll make sure that they're at the same time. So one is to select, and we could just invert the phase right here from the info line. Another method is you could select one of the events. I think we go to audio menu, invert phase, on and off, or polarity. We could just come right there, and so again, audio to invert phase, on and off. And if we have the track selected here, if we go to the pre area for a selected track, we could reverse the polarity or the phase right there. And you can hear how it cancels out when they're both playing. So you could try from the info line, from the audio menu, or from the channel inspector under the pre section right there. You can see the phase. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, and we have hello from Japan. I wish I could read kanji so I could say your name, but thank you for joining us. We know Cubase is like really popular in Japan, but it's probably a really bad time of night. But thank you for being on the live stream. Let me see, he says, they say early or late. All right, Darren Flake asks, how to thicken a delay send signal before reaching the track. Sometimes it's weak when sending the effect to a track while ducking it with a compressor for clarity. It loses its thickness. Thanks. So if you are compressing the delay send itself, you can obviously, that could cause it to sound weaker. One of the other things that you could do is try let's go over here to like a vocal part. So I'm not sure if you're running the delay as an effect send, but if you're doing it as an effect send, so let's come over here and say we're going to add a delay to the selected channel, and I'll make it an active project first. So let's add a delay to this. Okay, so now when we listen to all right, let me just check, see if I have any other. So, now that we've added this, what you can do, if you're adding it as an effects send, that's going to create an effects channel. And once you go to the effects channel, we could open that up. And if we wanted to just EQ, you could just come over and just EQ.
I started losing sight of place.
So now I'm only EQing the delay and not the source. So, if you have to use, a compressor on it, one way to offset it might be just to do processing and EQs on the effects return channel. And that allows you to kind of change the nature of the delay and kind of beef it up. You could run it, and once you have that up, you could also, run it through 15 more plugins behind it. So if you wanted to add a bit of distortion, so let's say, okay, I wanted to add a, let's say just even a magneto, something like that after it. So you could take your delay and run it through, 15 additional effects after for additional processing, and it's still using that one effect send to access that. Okay, Michael Team says it's time for root beer. So my son, he's fallen very much in love with Mug's root beer. All right, Cristiano R asks, how to export a sample from the sampler track to HALion 7 and save it as a preset. Okay, so we'll come over here. I'll just go to my sampler track. I'm going to drag this sample into the sampler track. Okay.
I started losing.
All right, now we see these little 3 arrows that point up to the right. I'll click there, and we will say transfer to HALion. And now it's automatically taken the sampler track, transferred it to HALion, and then we could just come right over here. And then if we want to save it as your preset, you could just do it just like that. So once again, take this sample, click on the 3 arrows. You'll see you can take it to Groove Agent SE, HALion, Patch Up 2, Backbone, transfer it to HALion, and then save it within HALion. It's a great feature for that. So if you're like, oh, I wish I could only add more samples to this, instead of starting all over again, transfer it to HALion, and then have all sorts of fun with it. See, Michael Teams just says revelation of the day at 2:20, so that was 36 minutes ago. I wish I knew what it was. All right, we had Artist Known as Love saying hello to everyone. Thank you for everything, Greg. So you're welcome. Thanks for being on the live stream. Jazzy Lamel asks, hey Greg, can I add my own samples in Groove Agent SE? If so, how do I do that? All right, so we'll come over. Let's open it up. Okay, so I'm going to start my kit. I'll cut it. So we're starting brand new, but really all you have to do is drag and drop your audio files right in to different pads.
Na 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 na.
So you could do it like that, and then once you're done, you could export the kit with samples and save it in whatever folder you want to, so it could be accessed later. So let me know if that's helpful. All right, Arts Knows Love says, please hit the like button. And he's wishing my son Ryan a happy birthday. Thank you very much. It's very kind. You'll get a thrill out hearing people wish him a happy birthday. Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. All right, wonderful to see Sorenon. Thanks for celebrating your birthday with us in the last live stream. We hope you had a great day. And happy birthday again. Okay, so we have a question from R. Ali. Hello, I know this is possible, but I could not figure it out. Let's say I have a Situlu hit or a VST on a track. How could I record or print the MIDI playing from this plugin to another MIDI track? Okay. Let's say I have I'll just say VST on a track. How could I record or print the MIDI playing from that VST to another MIDI track? Right. So if you have it just going to, like if you have the data right here. So I'm not familiar with that particular plugin, but I mean, you could always just copy it to another track like so. And if you, let's say I move it down, I hold down the Alt key. If you accidentally like move it in time, you're like, oh, it's not lined up. Since I moved it downward first, if I hold down, so I'm holding down Alt to make a copy where we see the plus sign. Now, if I hold down Command or Control, I can't move it in time. I could only move it vertically since that's the direction I chose to move it first. So now we could just do that. So let me know if you want the same data on another track. You can do that. Some instruments may have a MIDI output. So for instance, Groove Agent, if we're recording in Groove Agent, we could have Groove Agent set as the input for a track. So if that plugin can transmit the MIDI out, you could set another track. And we see in 13, this was reorganized where we could see from the plugins. So, like Groove Agent could take the pattern it's playing and record it as MIDI, but we could do the same right here. So if that plugin supports that, you could do that. But let me know if ultimately you just want that same data, the same musical parts on a different track, but you could just copy it there. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding as well. So we see Uno Momento says, do we get 100 likes today as usually? So hopefully. See kind words from Paul Claridge says, who will agree the best feature that Cubase offers is Greg? Oh, it's very kind. But I'm just very, very fortunate that I wish I could take credit, but there's tons of people in Hamburg that are kind of faceless that work really tirelessly on making Cubase such a great tool, and they make my job so much easier. So I will give all the credit to the team in Hamburg for just creating such a wonderful tool. But thank you for the sentiment. It's very kind. Makes me all warm inside. Okay, so we see Jazz Dude is kind enough. It says the C2 Hulu is a sequencer arpeggiator plugin by Xfer. So yeah, check to see if the plugin itself just has a MIDI output, and then you could just set that MIDI output. So like if I am coming from Groove Agent, so let's say I have I'm here. Let me just. So when we go to Groove Agent here, I could choose my MIDI input as being Groove Agent. So as I place this into record, so I'm going to play the pattern pad here. So let's say as we're doing this, I'll play the pattern. And now in this track, I'll just take it out of cycle mode and place it into record. So now the notes that this pattern is generating is now being recorded in real time. So even if I wanted to come over and say, let's put on halftime feel, and I want more complexity. So a lot of MIDI plugins will have the MIDI output so that you can just use that to record that data into other tracks. And thank you for the clarification, Jazz Dude. All right, so we see VXLA says, thank you for discussing the drum track quantization. You're awesome, Greg. So yeah, it's glad to help. And again, smart people in Germany that do tons of work to make these things look so effortless. All right, Antonio Beck says, Greg, I have a song with a tempo of 100, and I want to decrease it to 95 without doing too much time stretching manipulation. Okay, so just let's come over here, just like we showed before. So, if you don't want to sit there and spend a lot of time with it, it's really easy to do. So let's say this song here is 100 beats per minute. I'm going to revert it. So if you've recorded the files into Cubase with the tempo, it's going to be tempo stamped already. So like this project is recorded at 100 beats a minute. So let's say as we're playing it. So now that all of the events are in musical mode, I could just come directly here to the tempo, and I'm going to type in 95, and that's all you have to do. I want it to be 122. So our original tempo is 100, so once it's in musical mode, just to 95. And if so you could select all the events and disable musical mode right here if you want. Or you could go to the media menu to open pool, and we could select all the files here. Hold on, shift. You could make them all musical mode and assign the tempo, and then all you have to do is change the tempo in Cubase, and all the audio tracks and MIDI tracks will follow by default. All right, Jack Bourne asks, Is there a bug? Can't use the mouse wheel to scroll across tracks in the mix console in the lower zone. Been using Cubase on my laptop while my computer's at the shop. Hopefully I get it back soon. So let's say if we have a number of tracks, I'll just add some empty tracks here. All right, so I think what you could do, so let's see with the lower zone, let me just, so I think that this will just scroll across here. So but let me just try. I think if I go to the full mixer, we could go right, if we just hang the mouse in the like meter area for the channel. At that point we could scroll, but it doesn't seem like that works the same way in the lower zone. But you have this knob, so if you just kind of go to the bottom area here, we could scroll just like that, but it doesn't look like it works in the meter area like it does in the full. But you just can go directly here to the bottom and scroll along just like that. Hang on just 1 second, I have to put an eyedrop in. All right, sorry about that. We see John Costigan with kind words. Thank you very much. Tim Weinheimer just says, thanks for all the help. Much appreciated. All right, you see Ziggy Edison wishing my son Ryan a happy birthday. Thank you for that. All right, so we see Soren just says, HALion Sonic just stops working with some MIDI editing done again. I cannot get it to work at all in my project now. I wonder what happens. So if you want to email me a project, sometimes what can happen is, I've seen some people have issues like this in the past, and, it will be at a certain point of the project they accidentally wrote like MIDI volume of 0 in, and then it's like, yeah, it just stopped playing right here. And it's because there was automation written into the particular event that told the volume to go down. So if you want to email me a project, Soren, I'd be happy to take a look at it, and especially while it's acting up. Wonderful comment from John Costigan. Warms my heart. Says, without Greg, I would still be searching for the create music button. He showed me where it is. So. All right, Da76 asks, can you export your marker tracks from one project to another in Cubase 13 Pro? Okay, so let's come over here. I think I have some markers in this project. I'll just do a quick marker test. All right, so I'll create empty. So we'll save this as okay, so let's go back to our active project. We'll come here. So now what I do is I want to import tracks from project. Let's get to my desktop. And we'll select that project file, and then we'll just say markers, and then hit OK. Let me just see if, all right, let me just make sure I had all the settings right. And then there's our markers that we just imported right there. So yeah, so once you come over here, just get to import tracks from project, and then you can select marker tracks, and then they'll be imported right into your existing project. And I think that you could probably even take this marker track from this project, or let's say we have a marker track here. That we could drag and drop them in as well. So a couple different approaches. Okay, so Cristiano R asks, how should I set up my dialog window for exporting rendered samples after editing them with plugins and adjusting their transients using clip gain? Okay. Right. Okay, so let's say we have these 4 files. Okay, so we say we edit it with plugins and adjusted their transients. So let me go ahead. I'll just make some obnoxious transient edits here. Make this one loud. This one too soft. And let's put a reverb on. We'll put a delay as an insert. So now when we play this, and let's put a reverb on as an effect send. Okay. Okay, so we want to export these. So I'm going to select all the files. Let's go to our render in place under edit. Go to our render settings. So I want the complete signal path. And let's do these not as block events, but as separate events. And hit OK. And now we can see kind of the clip gain. So this one's too loud, this one's too soft, the other ones aren't affected, and let's listen to it. So we hear the reverb and the delays. So, and again, those settings, just go to your render in place. And you could choose to put these in a very specific folder if you wanted to, or if you wanted to put them in the project audio folder. But again, separate events, complete signal path. So if we use channel settings, that would include the inserts but not the sends. The complete signal path will include kind of the clip gain as well as group processing and sends. And if we wanted the sends plus a master effect, we could just select that. So let me know if that's helpful. Okay, so we see from Kevin Medmed says, I wondered if you asked about getting a free version of Helix Native to show everyone how to import and export presets of your own creation. So I'll try again to see. Usually I had a couple of friends that were working in kind of the Yamaha guitar group, but they're no longer there. So I'll have to dig up for a contact to see if I get another license. All right, so we see Mr. Dolly 67 says, thanks, Greg. So thank you for that. All right, my chat field jumped. Let me find my spot. Let's see, the Heartbreak Time Machine just says, thanks, Greg, for these. I swear, every stream I learned something I can use minutes after I close YouTube. You're a big asset to Yamaha and Cubase. Thank you for the kind words. Means a lot. Mickey's Productions asks, hey, Greg, is there a way to resize the chords in the chord track? Thanks. Okay, so jump back. So it could really depend on the actual size of the track and the zoom, like the horizontal zoom. So if I come here and we have a small track height, we could do that. But as we have kind of a bigger track height, we could do that. And if we choose not to show the scale, we can have, even, and depending on the chord progression, you may also, do you see this option here? This could have display conflicts, but could make it bigger. So as we kind of zoom in horizontally, it could grow as we, so we can make those larger just like that. So the track height can matter and the zoom factor can matter. And if you have the scale, that could also make them larger as well. So it's just really, you probably want to avoid display conflicts so that, you don't think the chord is coming in at a different time than it is actually coming in. Okay, see, Uno Memento says, whack the like button if you like, and you like, I know, so. All right, Roland Stuff asks, hi Greg, how do you get a track color to show across all channels mixer settings in the mix console? When I said a track color only shows top and bottom of the mixer channel. Thanks. Okay, so let's come and we'll take a look at this project here quickly. So let's say we have my track colors here. I'll activate this. So we can see like my drums are blue, Bass is red, green for guitars. Okay, so when we cover these over, and it could be if you wanted to adjust kind of the track colors, there are some preferences. So if we go to user interface and we go to track and mix console color settings, you can see that you could have uncheck these, and when we go to like the full console, we could see that we don't really see the track colors going across. But now when we go to the preferences, again under user interface, tracks and mix console channel colors, we could just say, okay, we want the mix console channels. We hit apply. We can see that those, we could adjust the color intensity of that as well. And then we could also have it for tracks and for folder tracks. So let me know if that's what you mean. Let's see, Michael Teen says he's learned a lot of new things today. So that's what I like about this format, is that people learn from other people's questions, and questions you haven't thought to ask yet. You see, Best Korean Jesus says, I feel like Cubase 14 is right around the corner. So, realize that it was just November. So it's, literally not even 6 months that 13 has come out. So I can tell you it's probably just going to be a little while. So I don't think it's right around the corner. So I think just because we have a sales promotion going on is not indicative that a new version is imminent. All right, always wonderful to see Lawrence from Barn Door Recording in Rhode Island. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. See, Best Green Jesus. Just wondering if the Zoom meeting should be on Fridays. And we see that Jazz Dude was the secret lurker in the last meeting. So let's see, Michael Teams, another revelation of the day. Scrolling a full mix review by Arrow and the Meter. All right, Darren Flake asks, when applying automation to a dynamic signal, what's the best way to compress the signal post-fader via insert or parallel? So a lot of people, it could really, there's probably no right answer to that. I think most people would, make sure I'm just understanding, when applying automation to dynamic signal, okay, what's the best way to compress the signal post-fader via insert or parallel? So a lot of people would do, post-fader inserts, I think. Parallel is going to be more for adding color and, blending the two signals. So I would probably, if it's going to be a lot of dynamics, I would probably choose to do it as just, as an insert. When parallel stuff, so if something was really corrective, I would do it as an insert. And I would use parallel as like a seasoning or a flavor. To kind of, if you are compressing something, if you wanted to retain dynamics but still have that push and find that sweet balance between the two. So, but if it's kind of, mostly for, for fixing the dynamic range, I would do just a, just run it as an insert. All right, Mickey's Productions asks, hey Greg, can you please show how to align a MP3 and its acapella? For example, you have a song and you extract the vocals from it and align it to the same MP3 that has all the instrumental. All right, so let's take a look. So we could do this inside of Cubase. Come here. Okay, so we could use, so let's say we have a 2-track here. So what I'm going to do is we will come over here to our two spectral layers. And if you have spectral layers 1, which comes with Cubase, we can come over and do our unmixing. So this will take a minute or two. So I'm going to choose just to unmix the vocals. So say unmix song, and I'm just going to choose vocals. We'll hit OK, and this will take a minute or two for it to do its magic. So, you know, what this is doing, I made this analogy before, it's kind of like having a piece of cake and taking the eggs out after the cake has been baked. So this takes just a couple minutes. So this is one of the amazing things that Spectral Layers does, and it uses AI algorithms for detection. So this is our 2-track song, and let's say, oh, the vocals are too loud, or I wanted to apply different processing on them, different aspects like that. So once you drag in the MP3 file, it'll turn into a WAV file in Cubase. All right, so we're about 30%, 34% done, about a third of the way there. Okay, about 50% done. All right, almost 2/3. Now, once it is going to extract the vocal, what it's going to do from the vocal is it's going to place it into a layer, hence the term spectral layers. So it basically creates layers from of the different audio sources, so we could split it up for, you know, drums and bass and guitar, and that works in the pro version. And then we have vocals in Spectral Layers 1 that comes with your copy of Cubase. You're entitled to Spectral Layers 1 download. All right, we're about 90% there. Okay, just about wrapped up. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we see this vocals layer. All right, and it looks like it. So I'm going to drag the vocals to the project window. And now the vocals have been removed from this file. So as we play.
Well now, people talk about you, babe, with a heart like a stone. Never seem to settle down in a bunch just to make it known.
So now we could have the vocal isolated and do processing on it versus, and then have the acapella track automatically. So as soon as we drag from this to the project window, at that point it's automatically taking the vocal away from this file, and the vocal file is automatically just imported right there. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, so we see from Rockport Tigger, I had to dump Nuendo off my perfectly tuned Windows Pro 10 Beast. Spent 2 days trying to get Midi to make a sound on a track and lay down Midi notes in real time. The sound and signal is there, but randomly, never seen anything like it, had to give up. The forum had nothing but open complaints, no solution, no docs. I wiped the program, reinstalled the same problem. Steinberg need to figure this out. I'd never seen this, no reset, uninstall, or anything worked. Do a doc video or something on this vexing waste of time. So obviously, most MIDI controllers are pretty plug and play. If you're able to tell me what MIDI controller you used, and if you want to contact me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'd be happy to even, do a quick remote session for you. But, check to see if when you do this, if you hit Alt or Option plus K, if you actually can trigger the virtual instrument from this on-screen keyboard, then it's going to be an issue with your particular MIDI interface or your MIDI driver. And if you could let us know what you're using as your MIDI interface, what you're using as your MIDI controller, if the MIDI controller is being used as a MIDI remote device as well. So if you could give some of that information, if you want to reach me offline, please do so at clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay, so we see from Kevin Matley, will there ever be a clip gain line that you can edit? All right, so let's say if we want, close this. All right, so let's say if I have a clip gain here. So, I'm not sure if you want to edit the clip gain like so we could edit that, or if you wanted to set to specific volumes, you could go to the volume control right here. You could also use the pencil tool if you wanted to change those, and these values we can also change and modify and edit. So let me know, what is, if that's one of the things, if that's helpful, or how you want, if you could explain what's different with the clip gain editing. All right, so we see, hi, recently purchased Cubase. After installation, don't see the Colors Vintage Synth plugin in Cubase. How do you fix it? So if you've installed and activated it, so with the Colors Vintage Synth, that's part of the promotion that's currently going on. So if you're a Cubase 13 user, check your vouchers folder because there's free stuff there for you until, for a couple weeks, it will disappear. So, download it, install it. But Colors Vintage Synth will actually just work inside of an instrument. So it's going to work inside of HALion or HALion Sonic. So we're going to add an instrument. Let's go to HALion Sonic. And we can think of HALion Sonic as the playback engine. And now we can see that we'll have the Colors Free, which has been available for a little bit, and the Colors Synth. So now at this point, we could double click and it shows not as a standalone instrument, but from within HALion or HALion Sonic. So if you just come over here, you should see the Colors Vintage Synth, and then you could just select and then start having all sorts of fun with it. So great instrument from Cinematique Instruments. So let me know if that's helpful, but make sure that you do have to authorize it, download, install, and authorize it separately because it's part of a promotion. It's generally a third-party solution, a third-party product, but it is free currently for all Cubase 13 users. All right, see, Uno Memento says we broke 100, so that's great. Thanks for all the great likes. All right, so we see Roses from Reza Rajabian. So thanks for joining us. All right, so we see from Kevin Mehmed, song templates, making song templates in 12 Pro, how to make some song already set up. I guess Cubase 13 Pro. All right, so like if we want to take this song as a template, you know, one of the things that I would do to start, you know, because what you don't want in a template is references to media files. So every time you open up a template, you don't need audio files that were saved from a different song into your new song. So if I wanted to take this project here and start off, and I didn't want any of these files, but I wanted the mixer settings, I wanted everything except for the content, what I would do to save that as a template is to do a new project. I would take that particular, I'm going to go to import tracks from project. We will choose all right. So I'm going to take this, we're going to open up that project, and we're going to do the so we select all those particular tracks. So I'm going to say let's import the folder, and I'm going to say let's not import the events and parts, and we don't want the automation, right? So I'm going to come over here, we say we want our marker track, we want bass setup, we want our 2 guitar setups, and now at this point I hit OK. And now I would choose Save as Template, and then we could have access to it, and it's not going to load in unnecessary audio files into your project. So that's how I would do it, Kevin. See, Roland Stuff says, great, Greg. Many thanks for answering my mixer color questions. Got it. All right. Always wonderful to see Tiago checking in from Brazil. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we see from Rockport Tigger says, I messed with it for days. I know what I'm doing. Everything works fine. I wiped the computer of everything. Steinberg. So, yeah, I mean, if you could share more information, what controller it is, if it's plugged directly into the computer, if you have USB bus powering on that USB port or not, if it's connected into a hub, if the hub is powered or not. So there's a lot of variables. If you're connecting it via Midi out, what Midi controller you're using. All right, so we see from Rashid says, sir, I think Studio One is better than Cubes. If you think about interface, I would probably disagree. I think that obviously Cubase has probably more features than any other DAW. So, and to see if they're, if they offer live streams as well, like this. All right, so we see from Tao Taktuk, says, thanks, Greg, very helpful, going to celebrate. All right, so we see Rockport Tigger says, I reinstalled it, same issue. The problem is in Forum, no tech support. So, there are tech support. So if you go to your My Steinberg account, you can submit a support request. I know in the US we have 4 full-time support people, and different distributors, will have full-time support staff as well. But again, you can email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, Cristiano R asks, I want to route effect sends or inserts like reverb in HALion Sonic to a separate output from the dry signal during the mixing stage so I can then bounce it to a specific file. All right, so let's take a look. Okay, so we have kind of a generic Rhodes patch. And let's go to our mixer. Okay. We'll go to our effects. So let's say we want to add a delay. And let's put a coursing on. Send to. Okay, so now when I go to my mixer, okay, so now we're going to go to our effects section. Let's send the effects out to output 2 and the coursing out to output 3. Okay. So let's go ahead and just record some generic. Okay, so now that we have that, so we see that the aux effects 1 is here. We have coursing there. So I'm going to select this event, and let's see if we just do a render in place. And we'll include our complete signal path, hit render. All right. All right, so it looks like that didn't render them separately, but let's take this. Let me just hide my input channels. Okay, so I want to send this effect to group. All right, and we'll say delay HALion Sonic. And let's now add an audio track, and we'll set the input from our groups. And now just the outputs. So if we just come here, we can see where the notes begin right here. And now we can see that the delays are what's cascaded, not the original notes. So let's go ahead and just show this in the lower zone mixer here. So you see that the Midi notes here will start, and now our delays from HALion Sonic will just now automatically, that is what was captured, so we took that output. So again, what we did is we just isolated. And if you want to open this editor, it's Control-Shift-I on the main project window. So we took the output from HALion Sonic here. If I open up the right window this time, that would help. We routed it to an effect. We routed it to the effect. We sent the effect to one of the 16 stereo outputs. That output, we sent it to a group. So we assigned that output, we right-clicked, assigned it to a group channel, created an audio track, and that audio track's input was set to the group from the delay, so that way we could capture the delay from HALion Sonic without capturing the original audio source. So let me know if that helps, Cristiano. All right, Fisher Record asks, what do you do when you import your audio in Cubase and it doesn't play? Like, I mean, hearing the sound you're importing. I hope I'm making sense. So if while you're importing, you know, if it's like one of these, if you're doing it like from the media bay over here, so let's say we go to, and you're not hearing, like, you know, as we come here, if you're not hearing that, it could be because you need to have the control room configured. So if you come to your studio menu to audio connections, you could you know, what I do is have a stereo output and I have it selected to not connected. I go to my control room and then I have this, I set up a monitor like for my HS7s, and now that's where the monitored signal is going through. So if I turn off my control room, so let's say I come here, I disable my control room, and now when I go to play, I may not hear anything. So if it's this type of not hearing it before, if you have the control room active, you know, come over here and make sure that you're utilizing the control room, and you want to right click, add a monitor, and then set your output to your speakers there, and then you could preview. So let me know if that's what you mean by not being able to hear it before previewing. Channel on Cubase 13, post or pre-fader. It's confusing to me. What's the difference? So we could think of, you know, like the post and pre-fader is basically just going to be dependent upon, you know, if when you adjust the volume of the fader, if that affects the actual transport. So let's say if we're doing this on our project here, and we'll go to, let's say, our master, and we put a limiter on here. We just set this to original tempo. So I think most people tend to run on the master section post. So we'll come over here, say, okay, let's put our brick wall limiter on. So now, depending on like the fader position, like if you have your fader all the way down here, if you're going to have it on post fader, you know, it's just really matters like if the level of your fader is affecting the input sound into the limiter. So I would probably most people would set it to post fader, but there's no real perfectly set rule, and there's could be arguments for either way. All right, so we have Josh saying hello. Thanks for being on today with us on the live stream. All right. right, so we see Rockport Tigger says everything works fine in all my DAWs. How do you wipe Steinberg all off my computer? So I think, uninstall if you're on Windows. And also if you could let us know, I'm not sure if you indicated if you are on Windows or Mac. That could be helpful information as well. All right, so we have Fisher Record listening from Tanzania. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. All right, Jazzy Lamel says, hey, Greg, are you going to start having more special guests like you did before? So we've had a number of guests. So we've had, Gloria Stefan's musical director, Clay Ostwald. We had Michael Wagner, who's like probably one of the biggest hard rock engineers and producers who recently retired, but he sold over 100 million records. We've had Vince Melmed, who's written, I think we started with Vince because everyone liked his song Beatles or Stones that I use. So he's a songwriter, and he toured with the Eagles and is a great songwriter and has played with Bob Dylan and Roseanne Cash. We've had Ted Perlman, who's, one of the best kind of session guitar players in the world. Has worked with everyone from Harry Belafonte to Whitney Houston. We had also Tim Hinckley, who's worked with everyone from the Rolling Stones to the Who. So a number of people. So I think maybe we'll do I'll try to do once a quarter, have a special guest. But I thought it was so wonderful having Chuck on. Just having his insights, and luckily I helped him out twice in 1 week, and then I just kind of called in a favor to see if he would do it, and he was so gracious, and it was just wonderful hearing his perspectives on things. But we'll try to do at least once a quarter, have a special guest on our Zoom meetups. But let me know if you want more. We could do more as well, so we have lots of people that could share really interesting insights with the group. All right, so we have Darrow says Cubase always, respects from Argentina. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so wonderful to see David Rooster and Kristen Parisi from Big Tent in Nashville. Hope you both are doing well. Miss seeing you guys. Okay, so we see from Serho Galsi, why Cubase lacks with CPU have i9 and 32 gigabytes of RAM. So realize that, Cubase will fully utilize all of your CPU cores, and it will take advantage of the hybrid CPU cores as well. So I've done significant work on that with Cubase 13. But, certain ways of running projects can realize that your CPU performance and audio performance are two different things. Like CPU performance doesn't really care where your buffer is, but the audio performance, it's really mission critical. But if you have one instrument, for instance, and you have 16 different instruments, you have something like a HALion Sonic, most instruments where you're running multi-timbral will simply utilize one CPU core. If you have HALion, one of the great things with HALion and HALion Sonic is they have the ability to do multi-threaded processing. So a lot of people will load up 16 instruments on one instrument, 16 different sounds, and then that kills one of your CPU cores, which affects your audio performance. Not necessarily CPU performance, but what we could do in HALion is actually come over here and utilize multi-core support. Most programs don't have that. If you have one audio track, how threading will work, and you have 16 plugins on one audio track, that one audio track can only access one CPU core. So, you can allocate things across to have better performance, but, we have people routinely, running thousands of tracks with their i9 setups. So Okay, Edmund Lord asks, hi, any idea to solve pitch bend jump issue when going up or down the zero value? Okay, so when we're working with pitch bend data, so, pitch bend's always an interesting thing because pitch bend is set, the values for the pitch bend are set in the actual instrument. But let's say if we have pitch bend data here, and I'll make this bigger so we can see it. All right, so a lot of times when we're working with pitch bend, we could go to a pitch bend setup, and I think this came in 11, or I think 11. So we could say, okay, I want to show a semitone grid. All right, and then we could click right here to snap pitch bend event. So if we want it to come over here, we can see where 0 is. So we said our instrument is set for 2 semitones up, 2 semitones down with pitch bend. Pretty typical, but you want to match this with whatever your instrument is set to. So a lot of times when we draw in pitch bend, we could do this, and but we may want to actually snap pitch bend editing. That's what this little button does. So we can say, okay, I want to start here and jump to there, so that when we jump to pitch bend, it's going to be in tune to the specific key. And we can say, okay, now I wanted to jump and go in tune here and then return to 0. So if we have this set to snap, now the pitch bend data will automatically coalesce and return to being in tune and not slightly out of tune. So make sure that you have this set up and that you have the pitch bend snap and that the pitch bend range is set up, and you could link between the two values right there. And that's going to be when you go and select pitch bend. So let me know if that's helpful. Okay, so we see from Rockport Tigger, so there's something hiding like a hidden preference. A fresh clean install should be clean. All my prefs are intact, and the issue is still there. I don't get it. Never seen this ever. So one preference that I would check is, let's say, if there's one preference that could be elusive, if you go to editing to Midi, that you want to make sure that Midi through is active. But again, if you could share what Midi controller, what Midi interface, some more details, that would be helpful. And I'd be happy to remotely take a look at your system for you if you want to email me. Okay, so we see from Thomas, hi Megan, how do the expression maps work in Cubase 13? For some reason, I can't get it to work. Okay, so you may have to have different expression maps, depending on your instrument. So if you have like a HALion based instrument, what's great about that is you could choose the particular instrument and come over. So let's say we have this, I go to my key editor, and then we could see expression maps. So if it's like I'm running this inside of HALion or HALion Sonic, I can, because HALion is a smart playback utility, I can now come over and say, okay, when we're in the editor, let's import the key switches. And that will automatically extract the key switches from the instrument. And I can now come over and say, let's grab, we'll select our articulations and dynamics. So as we play this particular event, I can move this line up. We'll make this a little larger, and let's say as we listen to the cello. So let's say I want longer notes. So I want to start off with sustain. And I want this to be spiccato. Put pizzicato in accidentally. All right, so let's say we'll come here. So, you know, if you have another instrument that's playing back, you may have to create your own expression maps. There's a lot of expression maps that are floating online that are freely available to use that you could import. But as you can see, once you go to a particular expression map, you could say whether you want it to be a MIDI key switch, whether you want it to be a controller that does this switching, and if you want these to be particular colors, you could set, and if you want these to be direction or attributes, and attributes are tied to particular notes, and directions will be tied until there's another expression, that another articulation that is selected. So depending on your instrument, you may have to make these or download these. With HALion based instruments and like the Iconica Sketch, it will just automatically import the key switches for you, which is a great thing. Great. All right, great to see Michael Pierce from England on, just outside of London at Grand Chapel Studios. See Best Green Jesus just says Chuck Ainlay dropped a lot of gems last week. So yeah, that was a great session. So I feel so fortunate I get to hang out with people like Chuck and stuff. But just super nice guy, and you can just see how that his attitude is like a key part of his, longevity of his career, and just how easygoing he is. And I really liked his comments on, making sure everything is dialed in the night before, so you could just walk in and change one or two things if needed in the heat of the session. But he always sleeps better if everything is kind of set up before. All right, so we see from Fisher Records, says, thanks, Greg. Amazing work you're doing. I tried what you just showed me now, and it worked perfectly. I'll never miss these chats. I think I'll learn a lot. Thanks again. So thank you for the kind words. Glad it helped. All right, Ziggy Edison asks, hi Greg, is there a special technique for pitch bend, portamento in MIDI, i.e. for strings, etc.? So there can be, but a lot of times the string instruments don't respond to portamento. So, some of the, more of if it's more sample based, they often won't respond to portamento. So let's just try here and see if we draw in pitch bend. So, some string libraries, to be authentic to the original sounds, won't respond. So let's just see if this will. Yeah, it looks like it will. So, pitch bend will work. Some string libraries won't really accept a pitch bend. So if it doesn't do that, it could be by design of the instrument. But, pitch bend or kind of standard MIDI messages will work as long as it's kind of supported by the playback engine. All right. So we see from Darren Flake question, how to tighten vocal takes to the grid time-wise in case a take being recorded before the hit or longer than it's supposed to be. Okay, so let me just... All right, so let's take a look at some vocal files here. All right, so let's say we have vocal files. So one of the great things that we could do is, I'm just going to double click. We'll go into, let's say, our sample editor. And at this point, we want to edit our hit points. So we can say, okay, we want to, we'll just kind of take our hit points here, and let's go and convert those to warp markers. I'm going to select kind of my free warp tool, and I'm going to change the color of this event. So just change the color of the event so it's a little easier. Okay, so now once you go to what we call our free warp tool, you know, if you need it to come over here and just kind of tighten up different vocal parts, you know, what you could do is just kind of drop in like a little free warp marker. And what this is going to allow us to do is we could just say, oh, I want this to be like right on the grid. So we could move these particular notes, and if we have this snap active, hitting the letter J, and we can see this icon here, that now as I move these, if we're recording to the grid, we could just have that automatically snap right into the grid. So where we see that the vertical lines here are yellow, when the one turns white, then we could move that one and again have it snap directly to the grid and just make fine rhythmic adjustments like so. So let me know if that's helpful, kind of what you want to do. So but that's an easy way to kind of tighten up different things. All right, so we see from Rockport Tigger, so finally WinPro 10, I didn't just uninstall, I wiped all from everywhere, app data, absolutely everything I'm aware of, reinstalled, and all preferences were exactly the same, including the control room. Crazy. So if you have a previous version of Cubase or Nuendo on your system, it could automatically migrate those particular settings from the previous version into your new version. So if you see that it's doing the same exact thing, so your best bet would be to actually, you know, if you wanted to run it preference free, you don't have to wipe it all the time. You could just start the program and hold down Alt Control Shift right after starting the program and hold that down and run the program with preferences disabled. See JVI says, hi Greg, thank you so much for these streams. I've been quiet but really appreciative of these sessions. So thank you very much for the kind words. It's always great to see you on, and thanks. I appreciate that. And he says, hi, Club Cubase family. Great. All right, sorry, my chat field just jumped on me. All right, so John Koskins wishing a special happy birthday to my son from sunny Wisconsin. Thank you very much. We'll appreciate it. We're going to get a nice Thai meal for lunch tomorrow in Celebration, his favorite restaurant. See, Michael Pierce says he had a singer in today that could comfortably hit 55 hertz. That's pretty low. reading through comments. See, Michael Pierce says he's hoping to drop some cash on Cubase 13 tonight. So, yeah, take advantage of it. All right, Fernando Gallegos asks, hi Greg, following up on Serho's question, why is performance so different with VSTs versus standalone version? Cubase won't be near the limits of my computer, but the performance is much lower. Thanks. So realize that it's, they're really very much apples and oranges, because your latency, your buffer settings could be completely different. Just your plug-in settings. So, there's a lot of differences. You're not running it through an audio engine. You're not doing delay compensation in a standalone instrument. So, all right. Okay, reading through comments. Okay, sorry, my chat field just jumped. Back up to comments. All right, so Ziggy Edison says, hey Greg, badly phrased question, my bad. So, no worries. Probably more on my end. Okay, so more about how to get fingering sounds in strings, the nuance of the real world on a string MIDI track. So, there's a lot of different things that could help or make a difference with kind of nuance with that. So let's just kind of come back. So a lot of it could be, switching between different articulations. You just get the right track playing. So, sometimes people will do subtle things on strings like pitch bend to simulate, but, working with the different articulations can make, a huge difference with that as well. So let's just come over. So it's just, so really kind of experimenting with, the different articulations and working between those. So let's say if we wanted to do just maybe a little bit of, pitch bend between those two notes, we could just say, okay, I want to just draw in a little pitch bend. So let's say we want to show our semitone grid, and we could try just on this, it's just kind of so let's see if we do what this sounds like here. Probably pretty bad, but I think if you tweak it, that you could get a lot of the subtle nuance. And sometimes you'll see more articulations for solo instruments versus kind of more ensemble based as well. So. All right, Angelina Gargano asks, hello, hope this question wasn't already asked. I just set up 13.03 and the mixer is not expanding pre's, routing, inserts, sends at the same time. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look. So there is a little, you're one mouse click away from happiness, I believe. So this did. All right, so if we're in our mix console, so a lot of times we see that when we open one that the others close, just for kind of keeping things a bit more tidy. So I think if you right click on the settings, at the very top settings, right click and you'll see expand sections exclusively. That now we could just click on pre, we can see the routing, pre, and inserts all open. But when we have this checked, that when we click on another mixer rack, that particular mixer rack is automatically opened exclusively. So right click on the top and uncheck expand sections exclusively. So let me know if that's what you're referring to. Thank you for the question and being on the live stream. Okay. Okay, so we see from Rockport Tigger, Alt Control, blah. I did that too. I don't get it. Never seen this. Steinberg needed total rest and remove script. All right, so once again, I'd be happy if you want to email me. I understand if you're frustrated and you have 2 days of fighting with no results, but I'd be happy to take a look at it. If you want to reach out to me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, I could do a remote session over Zoom if you want. Question. Is Magneto 2 modeled after a certain tape machine? So I'm not sure if it's the same algorithms as the original Magneto, which I think was a Lyric machine. So I'm not sure if it's the same ones. I know the first one, I believe, was a Lyric machine. I could see if I could get an answer on that to see if it's using the same algorithms or if it was modeled after a different machine. All right, so we see Best Green Jesus just says, very cool that Track Archives has the option to import automation, loving this feature, saving tracks with effects and buses. All right, so Ziggy Edison just says, thank you, Greg. That gives me some ideas and scope to work with. You see from John Koskian, thanks, Greg, for bringing in Chuck Ainlay last week. I was happy to his work habits are so closely mirror what we learn in the Hangouts. Very affirming. Ooh, for me too. So anyway, yeah, but Chuck is just, it's always interesting watching him, watching him work and how calm and cool he is with every situation when the artist is panicking. And that's why everyone feels so comfortable working with Chuck. You could just kind of get that sense. So, and he's just such a genuine person, one of my favorite people in the business. All right. Okay, so Cristiano R asks, how can a chord track suggest a complex jazz chord between two chords, and do we need to specify the melody's key to it? Not necessarily. So you have different levels of complexity. So let's come over a chord track in here. So let's do something a little more jazz oriented here. So let's say, okay, we want to go. Oh, didn't like that. All right. All right, so when we want to have our chord progression, so let's say, we have a more complex chord structure. So when we go to the chord assistant, we'll just get this loaded up. So let's say we're here, we kill this chord, and we want to go to our chord assistant. So now when we do this, we can say, okay, go to the chord analysis. So we can say, okay, we're going to, look at the previous and common, but you can see that we could adjust, based on proximity, circle of fifths, but there's also a list, and we could choose this, we could say based on common notes or cadence. So we could see that as we get further down, that we could get more complex harmonies. So, if we wanted to come over here, we could say, okay, we wanted this to be, different. If I wanted to be a plagal cadence or a half cadence, we want more blues. So this could give us like really interesting chord progressions, or we could have this based on common notes. And then as we go down, we have more complex chord voicings and more complex chord options right there. And whether it's a simple pop chord progression or a complex chord progression, you could do that as well. All right, so we see Val just says, nice, thanks, Greg. It's just out of curiosity, doing a tape machine shootout right now. Magneto is such a wonderful device. Yeah, so Magneto is actually the first plugin that ever did modeling of an analog tape machine. Everyone thought we were crazy at the time, but Charlie Steinberg, smart guy. All right. Antonio Beck says, how to work with the patterns of the chord pads, and if we create our pattern, how do we save it in Media Bay as a preset? Thank you. Okay, so it's not really saved in the Media Bay as a preset, but what we can do is if we come to the chord pads, I think we could come over to the chord pads and we could extract that basically we could extract these as a chord pad preset. So I think that there's, I'm probably just kind of brain cramp on, but that we could take the chord pads, but basically we could extract the chords from the chord pad into this. Let me make sure I don't have any key things hidden. But I'm pretty sure that we could do this from, okay, assign from chord track. So this icon here, and now we could save this particular chord progression, and then we could save that as a chord track preset, and then we could drag and drop. So while it's not in Media Bay, you can save it as a chord pad preset. So hit this button right here, that will take the chords in the chord track and then place it into the chord pads. So let me know if that helps, Antonio. Wonderful to see Sable Winters from Bay Area. Thanks for joining us. And she's on for like 2 minutes, and Michael Teams already has hooked her up with a gallon of banana mango ice cream. All right, so I know we had questions that were sent in advance. Let's get to those. Thanks for all the great questions. I think we're at the end of questions. I hope that everyone has learned a new tip or trick. And if you have, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that. But let's go ahead to some of the questions that were mailed in. All right. Okay, so first question. I've been having a tuning mystery and wondering if you have any idea what's going on. Recently, I've done 3 or 4 demos for a friend. When I reopen a track, it is usually in a different key, usually a whole step higher. I have no idea why the key is different. I can tune the track to the right key and do an overdub. Each time I retune a track, I bounce the tracks to be sure the transposition input is 0. Each time I open one of the tracks, it is in a different key. Today I opened a track and it was in a different key. For some unknown reason, I selected revert and the track returned to the correct key. This is a solution, but doesn't explain why or how the mysterious tuning problem happens. I'm hoping you have a clue. This problem hasn't happened on a big project, just on 3 or 4 demos for a friend. Thanks again for Club Cubase. Competing DAWs have nothing like it. So this really does sound like a sample rate issue. So maybe when you are collaborating with your friend, he's sending you 44.1, you're working at 48K, you send it to him, it gets converted down to 44.1 again, he sends it to you, you're working at 48K. So I believe that you'll find that it'll be a sample rate mismatch, and that will probably be the culprit. All right, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. Is there a way to set MIDI note on messages from a MIDI keyboard, say C4 through C5, to be remote triggers in Cubase Remote? Thank you. So yeah, you could do that. So let's come over to the MIDI remote. All right, I'm just going to add a MIDI remote device. So we'll come here. Let's see if I have my, okay, so I have my Nectar kind of set up here. So what I want to do is let's go ahead and, so, and we could do this is basically what drum pads are. So, we see that we could have in the MIDI remote like a piano keys. These are going to be more cosmetic. I'm just going to put like a trigger pad, and then I'm going to come here, we'll start, and then what I'm going to do is just to hit the keys here. So I'm hitting C, F4, G4, A, B, C5. So when we go to look at these particular events, while it is a incoming MIDI note message, so we can see the note number here, note number there, so we see that these will just increase as we go up. And now once we have these particular objects, at that point these can be assigned. So while it may not look like an actual MIDI key, and again the piano keys will be for visual orientation, just assign it to a different object, and then those keys, like trigger pads are good for this, or buttons. And now this particular key you can assign to different functions by going into the mapping assistant. So we'll just come over here, let's go to our mapping assistant. So as we just want to jump over here, we could double click, and now we get assign those particular functions, those keys that we've created on C4 through C5 to different functions inside of the MIDI remote. Okay, so we say a question, I have my master 7.1.4 track. How can I bounce a quad down mix of it? All right, so let's say we have 714. I'll just do a new project here. Okay, so I'm going to add a 714 audio track. I'm going to add a 714 output bus. Okay, we're going to route this audio track to my, instead of my stereo out, to my 714 out. So let's say we'll put a test tone generator on this. So we have some audio going. Just turn that level down here. Sorry. Computer is frozen. All right. The computer is frozen here. Hang on a second. Let me just. All right, I'm going to reboot. This may take me like 2 or 3 minutes to reboot. Let me just see if I can. I'm just going to check to make sure it's not my mouse that's dead. Could be my mouse. Hang on. Let me see if I can plug my mouse in. Yep, sorry, it's just my mouse. All right, sorry about that. All right. Whew. I was like, that's a weird thing. All right, so let's say we have this, and this is now going out of our 714 track. So once we have this going on, we'll go to our F3. All right, so I'll just. All right, so you can see that we have 714. So what we want to do on this particular track, let's say on our master output bus, before you export, I think you would need to just come over here. We'll see under surround. I think we could just choose to mix it down to stereo right here. So I think that you could use kind of the mix down, the mix down converter, and we could also just kind of do our down mix presets here. So here we could choose that we want it to be in 5.1 or quad or stereo. So you could choose different configurations there as well. And I think also if we go to our export audio mix down, so you could split channels, but I try to use the, the mix down. I think it's this. The mixer 8 to 2, so you might be able to use that as your down mix for that. And also, if you are, doing 714 and if you're monitoring, if you're doing it for like an Atmos, you could do it within the Atmos renderer as well. All right, we have a question. Hi, Greg. I often have to start a project with non-rhythmic / non-musical content when scoring video or working in genres heavy on drone / noise, such as ambient or industrial. How can I manually enter numbers to use as custom beat divisions and get different BPMs on both an audio and, more importantly, a MIDI part? The available tempo tools in 13 work just fine doing generic music projects, but the above mentioned is what I get paid for. Tapping to this material is completely trial and error, and the tempo detection functions can be frustrating when trying to get different results fast. Therefore, both options are time consuming and creativity deflating. I've had to resort to keeping a copy of Cubase 12 installed just to get the project started quickly, as the beat calculators always gave me what I needed quickly, not only to get different BPMs, but also help experiment quickly with polyrhythmic ideas. Hi, Greg. Okay, so let's say if we have something that's kind of drone based, let me just find a file. I think I have one that we could use. Okay. So let's say I have something along the lines of this. So, I mean, I think that you could just kind of come over here and, with the, warping tools, I think it's pretty straightforward to just put it into warp grid. So let's say we get a warp and we choose warp grid, that now we could, just very easily just say, okay, now that we have the warp tool, we can just say, okay, this is where, these particular beats fall. Also within, if you want kind of the same functionality as was introduced, I'm not sure exact what your workflow is, but if you go into the sample editor, at this point, you could do manual adjustments. You could say, okay, this is 16 bars, and you could see kind of the definition of what you would often get in the particular tap tempo functions. You could also kind of get here within the definition. But if you want to send me more info exactly, and maybe like a quick video, I could pass it along or take a look at what your exact workflow is, and I'd be happy to take a look at it. Okay, next question. Hi, Greg. I've set up a MIDI remote for a Studio Logic controller. I have, but a few of the functions won't stay for some reason. Some of the functions stay permanently, but a few won't. I'll add them back in for projects, but then they will not be there on another. How do I get them to stay and save them there all the time? So I'm not sure if when you're doing the MIDI remote, so, one of the great things is the ability to, let's say if I come here, like I could have my Chord Nano control, and if I wanted to save the particular functions, if we go to the mapping assistant, you could click on the plus sign, and then like my one Chord Nano control, these are some of the different mappings that I've done. So you could have a new mapping page. So let's make a new one. And now what we could do in essence is save these particular layouts in a dedicated mapping page. So I'm not sure if you saved it in a mapping page, but I would try that, because that's always, restored all of my different settings based upon the mapping, whatever is set. That way it's a saved setting within that mapping page and not reverting to another mapping page. So try that. Okay, question. I've noticed a lot lately when I go to record an audio track, it'll stop and say recording error, too many tracks recording. And usually I just have one track recording. I'll just hit record again and it'll work. I've read that can happen when there's not enough computer space or something, but I save my projects on an external drive and I'm having a Mac and I'm using a Mac M2 Max with plenty of storage. How do I fix this? So generally the only times I've seen this, so see if you record to the internal drive, if you get that same particular message. Also, make sure on the Windows side, when this happens, it could often be like a permissions issue. So just check all of the different Mac permissions. And there's like a really goofy one that sometimes that I had a friend that was kind of pulling his hair out. But if we go to your system preferences, check if you go under security and privacy, there's a really like full disk access. Make sure that Cubase has permission for full disk access here, because he was having like weird writing issues. So just check under security and privacy, full disk access, that Cubase 13 is checked for full disk access. And sometimes the Macs can be really picky with the formatting. So if you use the Mac OS extended formatting, you could get better results. So sometimes just, with, later Mac OS versions, the formatting can really have an impact on a particular setting as well for like recording and writing to particular audio files. So try Mac OS extended journaled and see if your drive is formatted for that, because I've seen that cause some problems for people. Question. Hello, Greg. I'm backing up all settings files for Cubase. Can you tell me the difference between the key command file and key commands presets file? I'm not sure which I need. So the key command presets file, I believe, is all of the third-party preset, all the third-party key commands, whereas the key commands file is the ones that the user creates. All right, another question. Also, are there plans in the future to streamline backups for Cubase with tick boxes and one click? I don't like just copying entire huge folders with things I may not need. For example, I back up key commands to media bay, MIDI loops, Cubase presets I've made of third-party plugins, pattern banks for beat designer track presets, MIDI remote, input filter presets, project templates, and it's quite laborious and can be a bit hit and miss when restoring all these backups on a new computer install. Also, all these backup files needed are all over the place in different folders. So I think everything except for the MIDI remote scripts, which can be exported independently. If you go to your edit menu and go to Profile Manager, that you could export the profile from one computer and import it into your new computer. And pretty much like 90% of what you said is automatically carried over. So like, your patterns, your key commands, your macros, your loops, your filter presets, your third-party plugin user presets, those are all carried over right there. So try, again, going to edit to your profile manager, exporting. And it's a good thing to do is, have your profile saved in a cloud somewhere. If you go to someone's studio and you want to have all your key commands and preferences, you could import your profile work, and then just they could save their profile first. It's always a good thing, and that way your profile can be readily available when you work in different studios easily. Okay, let me jump back to our live questions. All right. All right, let me jump. All right, so you just see from all right, so we see from Edmund Lord, is it possible to rearrange send slots by dragging them? I don't think so, but any send can be in any order on any track, so it's dynamic to, so if we have a number of effect channels, that it's not fixed in any way. So if I come here and we open up our sends, that I could have send 4 first, send 2, so it's not fixed at all. So, but I don't think that these are really kind of draggable because there's not really any need, I don't think. John Costigan says a particularly valuable hangout today. Thanks everybody. Glad everyone's getting. See, Michael Team says there's been many light bulb moments so far today. All right, so we see from Roger Cabo, hi Greg, how can I tame bass frequency in an audio track using the deep frequencies of a voice track? And is there a stock plugin that can analyze the tone of a voice track in this case? So, what I would do, this is a perfect case for dynamic EQ. So if you go to your frequency plugin, and let's say, okay, it's going to be our low frequencies that we need to tame. So not only are we EQing this, but if we activate the dynamic EQ, and I'll just kind of switch this, that now we could come over here and have dynamics, so think of it as like a parametric multiband compressor. So now we could just compress, those particular frequencies. So, the dynamic EQ is a great solution for that. All right, so I see one I missed here from Angelina Gargano. Hope you can answer my questions right above Antonio's questions. Let me just see. I thought I answered. Okay, maybe it's here. Okay. Okay, so let me just see if there's. Okay, so we see the question about not expanding the pins, all right, and we have a further comment from Angelina. It says, yes, thanks. I did that, but on the strip one, and when I would use my sends, all would collapse. And when I close the mixer, they come back, they would all be collapsed again. So I think, one of the things, if we're on the mixer, let me just jump here. Okay, so we go to the mixer. So when we go to the strip, this is kind of the new behavior, because before it was always like really problematic that as soon as we click on it, we double click, that we could get these little sends, little pop outs. And so it says on the strip one, and when I would use my sends, all would collapse. When I close the mixer, come back, they would all be collapsed again. So let's say if we're here, so let me just do my strip and sends. So let's say we have those visible. I'll close the mixer, open the mixer again. So those still. So let me know if that's behaving differently than yours is, Angelina. Sorry about that. reading through comments. Okay, so Cycling is Awesome asks, hi Greg, what is the best way to create stems for a mixing / mastering studio? So what I would do is, it depends, so in communicating with who you're mixing with, sometimes they may want to have your plugins burnt into the files. Sometimes they may not want to. They may want the plugins burned separately. What I would do, is always give kind of different options, and it's really easy in Cubase to say, okay, these are with processing embedded and these aren't. So I would come over here, so say I have this project and let's say we had effects and inserts. I would come over and say we go to our file menu to export audio mixdown. So you want to make it as easy as possible for someone so that they can't screw it up. So we could create stem files. So I'm going to come over, click on multiple, and then we could say, okay, I want to take my stereo out so they have an idea what I'm listening to, all of my tracks, and I want this to be disabled dry. And what we're going to do is to go to our export queue. We're going to open up our export queue, and then we're going to add that to the queue. Now we're going to add a different queue, and for this we're going to say I want this to be all of my effects, and then we could add that to queue. So at this point they could get an idea of what effects that you've been working with, and they have an idea of what it is dry. So at this point they could go, oh, okay, I hear this reverb that they were going for. That's actually really cool. And it's better to use their file than me trying to recreate that. So give the option, and here all you have to do is say start queue export, and it would, and you could assign these to different folders. These are the dry stems. These are the stems with the effects in it. And you can, at this point, pick and choose and mix and match between the two. So, giving as many options but making it as clearly obvious as possible is always going to be a good thing. I think any mixing and mastering engineer, and make sure that you name the files too. No one wants audio 1 through 40 for file names. So, see, Michael Pierce says he's been a bit behind on the soup. Yeah, it's almost summer. So. All right. All right, seeing soup discussions. Okay. See, Sable's a Trader Joe's fan, so am I. All right, let me see. All right, reading through comments. Okay, so you see for Roger Cabo, are there plugins for tracking melodies by frequencies for sidechain use to clear frequencies on other tracks without just reducing volume generally? Track Spacer does not do well. So one of the things that you could do that's really handy with the frequency EQ, like as we play stuff, we get kind of the exact frequencies of what's going on visually. So this is on the bass track here. So we can see that, a lot of times we may not have to do much here because all the frequency information is going to be here. So this way we can get an idea, and we see the piano pitch here. So we could and as we click, we can say, okay, this is around, A1, which is 110 hertz. So as you click on a key, you could see the pitch with the actual frequency. So you could use that as the basis for EQing or setting up your dynamic EQ. All right, so we see a question from Darren Flake about how to duck delay and reverb under an acoustic guitar. All right, so let me just see. We may have a file that might work for that. All right, so let's see if we could squeeze this in. We may not have enough time, but we'll try real quick. So let's take our lead vocal here and guitar.
You look mad. That was a long, long time ago. It was 7th grade in the school parking lot, waiting on our...
All right, so we have our plate reverb here. So let's just jump to the plate, and I want to, on this plate reverb, let's set up a compressor, and we'll just kind of squash this. Let's set up side chain, and to the lead vocal. So now
that was a long, long time ago. In the 7th grade in the school parking lot, waiting on our yellow coach to ferry us home.
So you could just set it up, stuff like that. That's kind of an extreme example, but that could give you ideas. You could just place the compressor before or after. Let's see if we just do it kind of the very first thing before, you know, you could do that, you know, before the effect, you know, on the plate. Let me just put it on the, I'll just jump to the plate reverb here, and let's put the compressor here. Sorry.
That was a long, long time ago. It was 7th grade in the school parking lot, waiting on our yellow coach to ferry us home.
So you could dial in kind of the attack settings as you see fit, but you could just kind of dial some of that stuff in. All right, so with that, we are just out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions. A lot of really fascinating questions today. We'll be back on Tuesday starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. And if you want to send questions in advance, please send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you back on Tuesday. Thank you.